equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
They can be sent in. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. A federal appeals court says President Trump can deploy the National Guard to Portland, Oregon.
A divided three-judge panel says President Trump's assessment that federal personnel and property are threatened in Portland is within a range of honest judgment, reversing a lower court ruling that had blocked the deployment of National Guard troops. The Trump administration federalized 200 members of Oregon's National Guard last month to respond to what President Trump described as a siege from Antifa and domestic terrorists. The administration says the National Guard is needed to protect the ICE facility in the city. Earlier this month, a separate appeals court blocked the deployment of National Guard troops to Chicago. That challenge has been appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. Lawyers for James Comey in court today after the former FBI director pled not guilty last week to a charge of lying to Congress. They're calling for the charges against him a vindictive prosecution orchestrated by a White House determined to seek retribution. Separately, the lawyers are calling for the charges against Comey to be dismissed over what they say was the illegitimate appointment of the U.S. attorney who filed the case days after being named to the post by President Trump. Atlanta police say they've arrested Billy Joe Cagle at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport after getting a tip from his family that he was planning a mass shooting there.
We have charged Mr. Cagle with a count of terroristic threats, criminal attempt to commit aggravated assaults, possession of a firearm in the commission of a felony, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
Police Chief Jan Scheyerbaum, who says Cagle's car had an AR-15 and 27 rounds of ammunition inside. The Senate trying for an 11th time to pass a short-term spending bill to end the government shutdown. It is not expected to pass. Wall Street, the Dow gained 516, the NASDAQ up 310. America's listening to Fox News.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Jason Rantz Show. We are here live on Seattle Red 770 AM. We are streaming live over at seattlered.com and the Seattle Red app. We've got a ton to get to, including a very funny story, an exclusive story of a fan who had a ball thrown to him by Julio Rodriguez last night in Toronto, but it was stolen. It was snatched by a Canadian. The worst. And boy, did he get a death stare from Julio Rodriguez, unlike anything we've ever seen before. We're going to talk with that fan at about 3:45 ahead of 4 o'clock pregame coverage for the Mariners Game 7. But first, I guess we don't have a king because a bunch of boomers got together. That's what's trending, brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
What's trending? Woke madness.
You see, thousands of boomers took to the streets in Seattle and Everett, Mercer Island, Olympia, all across Washington state and around the country. Happened over the weekend, marching under this banner of No Kings. They chanted about freedom. They waved signs vowing to protect democracy. They congratulated themselves for, as Governor Bob Ferguson put it, standing up to authoritarianism, a term in which they could neither define nor spell. And there's no doubt this was a decent display of energy. There's zero doubt about that. But it was also a display of denial and delusion. This No Kings movement, which is funded by uber-wealthy leftists, including George Soros, it was less about preserving democracy and more about refusing to accept it. This was, in fact, a protest of democracy. That's what this was about. Because the same activists who are out there railing against kings are the ones still raging over the election that they lost. They call President Donald Trump illegitimate. They shut down the government. They block the work of a democratically elected Republican majority simply because Donald Trump crushed their candidate in the presidential campaign season. Crushed her. They're not acting in defense of democracy. They're throwing a tantrum against it. And speaking of tantrum, Pramila Jayapal, I guess, is now on vacation, like she said Republicans were when they went back to their districts after they actually voted to keep the government open, and Pramila Jayapal voted against it. She was at this rally yesterday, the squad grandmother, Seattle Congresswoman, shouting incoherent drivel.
We will!
Why is she shouting? She's got a microphone. She's got a microphone. I get the whole idea that, you know, this is her in front of a large crowd and you have this almost instinct to shout because maybe people in the back can't hear you. You're on a microphone. Everyone could hear.
Not back down!
Thanks, Tom Petty.
We will not give in! We will not capitulate! We are the people's movement that will save our democracy!
Yeah, we're saving democracy by shutting down the government and getting in the way of a candidate who became president, and we didn't like that. And so, yeah, No Kings hashtag. Got it. Thanks. It's very inspiring. Very inspiring. The crowds that mucked up traffic in downtown Seattle for the Boomer March. I was stuck in that traffic. You had an Everett protesters gathering around the courthouse, Snohomish County Courthouse. That's where Bob Ferguson was speaking. On I-90 by Mercer Island, octogenarians wave signs at oncoming traffic, which I will say is very distracting, by the way. I'm driving home from Bellevue, and I see all the people, and they've got their signs up, and I was trying to look at the dumbest signs, like the ones that are misspelled or just vulgar. And then I realized, I'm going to get into a car accident if I continue to do that. Probably not the best space to wave your signs. Can you not do that on freeways? There were handfuls on freeway overpasses along I-5. But these are people who were standing against the very system that gave them a voice in the first place. The uncomfortable truth about the No Kings crowd and really what they won't acknowledge is that democracy means accepting outcomes that you don't like. And by no means are liberals or progressives the only ones who complain like this, right? We clearly saw conservatives do that on January 6th, but it wasn't part of some nationwide movement paid for by billionaires. You had a handful of folks in the grand scheme of things who are on the right who are upset, but this is larger on the left, the anger. It's larger. And what they don't want to acknowledge or accept is that when the people vote, the side with the most votes gets to govern. I know that that's going to come as a little bit of a shock to these people who are closing down the government merely because they're not getting their way. But this isn't about a king. This is how democracy works. This is representative democracy. The guy who had the most votes, both not just on the popular vote, but the Electoral College vote, he's the one who gets to make some decisions. Now, the party not in power has a role in all of this. They can vote and organize, congressionally however they want. But when they don't get their way, they're just shutting everything down. And then they claim Trump is the authoritarian. Trump is the king. It feels like a king could just reopen the government. It feels like an authoritarian tyrant probably would not allow this kind of open opposition to his power. But again, what do I know? Apparently a lot more than all these protesters, but just throwing that out there. Now, Randy Cruz was out at the Seattle rally, and she heard a person say he'd like to murder Stephen Miller because these people in the crowd, totally peaceful and, they're nonviolent. Just anyone who says otherwise, how dare you smear these innocent, kind, tolerant people?
Who are you going to kill?
Nazis.
Who do you define as a Nazi?
What do you mean? It's pretty...
In this context, who's a Nazi?
Stephen Miller's a Nazi.
So you're going to kill Stephen Miller?
If I had a chance, yeah, I would.
I don't know if that's something I'd say on camera, bro. I can't believe somebody would say that on camera. That's so unhinged. I don't know. Some guy just told me he would murder Stephen Miller if he saw him. So, but the vast majority are doing just fine. No, it wouldn't. You're still on camera, bro. That's crazy.
These people seem totally normal. Like the dude who was chanting, "Long live October 7th."
Long live October 7th.
Huh.
What does that mean?
That means we want to decolonize Palestine and decolonize
Is that what that means?
But October 7th, people were killed and raped on October 7th.
Dismantle the Israeli occupation and free Palestine and allow them to achieve their liberation.
But people were killed.
Yeah, the non-binary dude who's saying that would not be allowed in Gaza. I don't know if you noticed that Hamas has been shooting some of their own people on the streets. There was a story last week of taking a suspected gay guy and just throwing him from the top of a building. Just throwing that out there. Out in Chicago, a protester called for the murder of ICE agents, and it turns out that he's been identified as a faculty member or staff member over at Wilbur Wright College in Chicago.
You gotta grab a gun. We gotta turn around the guns on this fascist system.
He seems
These
normal.
ICE agents gotta get shot and wiped out. The state machinery, that's a full display right there, has to get wiped out.
Now, of course, he says that just a few weeks after some lunatic like he is tried to do what he's saying, except, of course, they ended up killing people who were the innocent, quote unquote, illegal immigrants to them. So maybe work on that. NBC 10 in Boston had an interesting point, and it's not to dismiss this movement because it's a bunch of boomers, but we're being told that this is inspiring a younger generation of American voters to turn to the Democratic Party, which is just not true.
This is an older crowd.
Again, there's nothing wrong with people who are older being in the crowd. There are a lot of people who are listening right now who are older. The difference between them and the crowd of people over the weekend is that y'all listening did something with your lives. You actually became business owners, you became successful, you became parents and grandparents. And these folks who show up to the No Kings rally, they're trying to relive their youth by being part of something bigger. I will say at least it gets them out of the house, because at that age, there can be some social isolation, which cuts your life expectancy down. So this is people at least getting out and about and meeting like-minded fringe lunatics.
There's not a lot of folks, and granted, it's a big crowd here. I'm not good at estimating, but it's definitely over 2,000, maybe close to 3,000. We can't see everyone, but it's an older crowd, a lot of white hair. You see out there Q-tips, as we used to call them in the business, and they're out protesting, and not a lot of young people. And also, again, portraying this I hate America idea that this is what this protest is about, showing people who are boomers and middle-aged out taking time from their day on a Saturday to come and protest and be heard.
Oh, yeah, they're so busy on Saturday. They didn't know how they would even be able to fit it into their busy schedules. How do I do this? I had a lawn bowling session at 10 a.m. After that, I was going to watch reruns of I Love Lucy on Nickelodeon or what. Like, whoa, And I say that half jokingly because I spent the weekend watching older episodes of I Love Lucy, except I streamed it and grandma over there wouldn't have been able to. Cameron Kasky came back from being forgotten. He was one of the Stoneman Douglas anti-gun activist children who went on MSNBC and also pointed out that the protests don't really reflect his generation.
And I made a bunch of observations. First of all, not a lot of very young people. I think that my
Sounds like Rachel Maddow.
He kind of does.
My generation saw the definitive movements of our lifetime, Black Lives Matter, Me Too, the March for Our Lives, and said, okay, well, we're still watching black boys get murdered by cops.
No, you're not.
Somebody's getting put up for mayor in New York City who has a dozen credible sexual harassment allegations.
Well, no, he ran
We're still
for
seeing
mayor.
schools get shot up. What
Despite
are
all
these
the
protests going to do for us? You know, the boomers who came out, and there were so very many of them, they saw the Vietnam protests, the civil rights protests, and there was something tangible that came out of that. But the protests that we've seen, there's been so much great awareness that's been spread. There have been victories on a smaller level, but they haven't felt like these protests have directly led to what we are going for.
Because they haven't. That's why it doesn't feel that way. Again, these are a bunch of people who were invited to this movement as part of different organizations. The Indivisible is the primary organization. I'm going to talk about this later tonight on Laura Ingram's show. Indivisible is the main organization behind these events, No Kings and others, but there are upwards of 225 individual organizations around the country that have also lended their organizational support, in some cases financial support. And so let's say you're a member of the Communist Party of America, which is one of the sponsors of the No Kings event that happened in New York. Well, they got an email that said, show up. So they showed up with their Down with Capitalism signs. And then you had the Free Palestine, quote unquote, movements that said, hey, show up to the event at 10 and so. And so they showed up with the down of Israel, we hate Jews signs. All these different groups are out there. And that's part of the reason why they're not really accomplishing anything, because these are all fringe progressives who together seem rather large, but aren't really. And they don't have a unifying goal other than being anti-Trump. And there's nothing wrong. You can be anti-Trump, same way you can be anti-Biden. It doesn't do anything, though. So all the organizations out there that, organized, okay, you got people to show up, and that's about that. I heard the people say, this is what democracy looks like. No, democracy looks like the Electoral College map. Democracy looks like 77 million plus people who voted for the guy in office. Democracy looks like 312 Electoral College votes that Donald Trump got? That's what democracy looks like. What we saw over the weekend are a bunch of people complaining about democracy. That's what that looks like. You want to know what it looks like to complain about democracy? Head on over to any of the No Kings rallies, and you will see. There'll be another one. I don't know what date they have in mind. There'll be another one, and media will happily amplify all these people. Donald Trump responded by posting an AI video of him in a fighter jet going over New York, and he had a king crown on, and he released poop on all the protesters. Did you see who was the main protester who got hit with the poop first in the video?
Wasn't it Harry Sisson?
It was Harry Sisson, that little twerp. And then he was asked about the movement.
I think it's a joke. I looked at the people. They're not representative of this country. And I looked at all the brand new signs paid for, I guess it was paid for by Soros and other radical left lunatics.
Yep.
It looks like it was. We're checking it out. The demonstrations were very small, very ineffective, and the people were whacked out.
Now, to be clear, they weren't very small. That's not true. There were quite a lot of people who showed up, and they weren't all paid. But the rest of his criticism is, I think, correct. They don't really get anything done. They show up and they say the same things they've been saying this entire time. And by the way, they're using the same messaging around democracy being in peril that the Democrats used to try to defeat Donald Trump, and we already know how that went. They continue to push this democracy is on the line nonsense, and it's not going to work because it hasn't worked. Not all of a sudden people are going to be like, man, you know what? Frequency does sell. I guess I'm on board. Democracy's in peril. No, it's not how it works. You went to the one in Issaquah, didn't you?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'd rather just sit at home and watch college football.
Yeah, as a lot of people would have rather had and probably did do, frankly. Push the button.
What's trending? Legal.
So we tell you the same script always happens where a lower court judge rules against the Trump administration and then it almost immediately gets overturned on appeal. And that's exactly what happened yet again. This time, again, Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, at least the 3-judge panel, came in big, delivering another bigly win to Donald Trump, this time in Portland. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals cleared Donald Trump to move forward with bringing the National Guard into the city of Portland, thus overruling a lower court judge who said that the president was probably acting unlawfully. So that judge decided, okay, I'll put a pause on this. And this obviously lifts the pause, this restraining order. In their majority decision, and it was a 2-1, they wrote that he clearly lawfully exercised his authority, quote, which authorizes the federalization of the National Guard when the president is unable with the regular forces to execute the laws of the United States. And again, the city of Portland brought this on themselves. Had they not told police not to get involved and not make arrests of Antifa thugs who were violating the law, who were committing acts of violence, who were intentionally blocking the Sally Port to the ICE facility in downtown Portland, it would have been much more difficult for the president to justify sending in the National Guard to protect federal property. Because if they're already at the local level protecting federal property, what argument can you make to protect federal property? The reason why he was able to make that argument is because the Democrats were making a choice on the ground in Portland not to enforce the law. Now, they're doing it now inconsistently, but they're doing it a little bit more now, and they're making arrests. Last night after the No Kings rally, there were a few arrests made in Portland, but it's a little bit too late, and they're still not doing enough to stop the blocking. They pretend in the city of Portland that blocking the Sally Port is protected speech. It is not. It is not. In no world is that protected speech. And that's just the reality. So good news. We've got this written up, this news, if you want to read the decision, over at seattlered.com, seattlered.com. Quickly, let's find out what else is trending.
What's trending? The sports ball.
Well, Mariners are playing Game 7. Exactly how my premonition foretold. I said they would be playing Game 7, mostly because the baseball gods look kindly upon Seattle Red. Turns out they're all conservatives. And they're all like, hey, if it happens on Monday, they get to air the broadcast on Seattle Red because there's a conflict game.
Well, yeah, because lefties don't believe in God. So.
Exactly. So they were all like, hey, you rejected all of us, even though there's only one and we're monotheistic, ironically, at the same time where we say baseball gods. But that's just getting too in the weeds. They said, hey, we're conservatives, so we'll go ahead and allow them to win on Monday night, and we'll air it on Seattle Red, which will give me unearned ratings boosts, and I'll take it. I don't care. You know how I say I don't care if like someone hate listens or hate reads my stuff? I don't care.
They all count the same.
Yeah, exactly. It all goes to my bonus. So we'll be broadcasting the game at 5 o'clock or 5:08, whenever, what is it? First pitch?
5:10.
5:10.
Yeah.
So we'll be airing that. And of course, at the same time, we do have, in about 45 minutes, we'll have the pregame show, which I'm really excited for, not just because of the bonus, potential for Seattle Red, but because I've actually really enjoyed the games yesterday. Not great, but, if you focus on the Friday game, it was outstanding. I mean, it came with a grand slam, and Eugenio Suarez was all like, hey, Jason's got dinner reservations with his friend he hasn't seen in a while at 6:45. Let's just get this over with. Let's not go into extra innings.
Another 2-2. It's another fastball. It's driven the other way. It's got a chance. It's a grand slam.
So that was obviously a really big moment, and now fans are tense. Very nervous. I feel it. Catherine Fort is a mental health counselor who spoke to Cairo 7 saying, y'all should just watch it in groups.
When people are feeling down or depressed, isolation is such a big part of that. So any chance to kind of join into something is really a great thing.
Yeah, so you can be potentially miserable together. But the opposite of that is be excited together. So go Mariners. 1-800-465-8770 for your text. The Sunset Auto family are loyal supporters of Seattle Red and want you to know that every single qualifying new and used vehicle comes with oil changes for life. That's going to save you thousands of dollars over the lifetime of your vehicle. So when you're ready for your next car or truck, be sure to visit our friends at the Sunset Auto family in Auburn and Sumner. SunsetAutoFamily.com. When we come back, the government's still shut down and Democrats are still to blame.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
It's Cybersecurity Awareness Month. LifeLock is here with tips to help protect your identity. Use strong passwords, set up multi-factor authentication, report scams, and update your software. And for comprehensive identity protection, LifeLock is your best choice. LifeLock alerts you to suspicious uses of your personal information and fixes identity theft, guaranteed, or your money back. Start your protection today with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Use promo code NEWS. Terms apply.
You're making a mistake to try to take on an insurance company if you get injured in a car accident. Jason Rantz here. Look, the reality is you've got Herald Car Law Offices and 48 people, a team of 48 people who are there to help you recover what you are owed. You are a victim when you get injured in a car accident. There is no reason to put yourself in a position where you're going to get re-victimized by some insurance company that's not going to feel any sense of urgency to help you get the settlement that you deserve. And that's where Herald Car Law Offices come in. Their website, carlaw.com, C-A-R-R, 2 R's in car. They deal with the insurance companies so you don't have to. They track down the paperwork from a variety of different medical sources, plus figure out the best way to recoup lost wages and reimbursement for medical bills so you can actually focus on getting better. If you, a friend, a family member, anyone you know gets injured in a car accident, call the Herald Car Law Offices right away. That phone call will save you time, money, and a whole lot of stress. carlaw.com, C-A-R-R, carlaw.com.
Kohl's lowest prices of the season are here, and they're so good. You're going to wish you had enough hands for a second cart. Save on cozy tees for women, comfy jeans for boys, refreshed essentials for your home, and so much more. Because when prices are this low, self-control is overrated. Shop Kohl's lowest prices of the season and stock up now. Select styles. Offer ends October 26th. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So my sandwich shop was opening in a week, and I needed signage.
A week is plenty of time to panic.
I went to Staples. They printed banners, posters, and flyers to promote my grand opening.
All in time for your grand closing.
Nope, I had it same day. I even got $125 off my order.
Hold the onions. For all your business printing, Staples.
That was easy.
Now save up to $125 on custom print orders. In-store and online, same day if ordered by 12 p.m. into 11/1. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Well, folks, a golden sunrise is dawning over America. Trump is back, ushering in a time of American prosperity, peace, and achievement. And with the economy ready to boom, it's a great time to get a piece of the golden era for yourself. Hi, I'm Brian from Northgate Rare Coins. Whether you're looking to sell your old coins, jewelry, paper money, or precious metals for some quick cash, or you want to make a smart investment for the future, Northgate Rare Coins has you covered. My brother Brendan and I draw from decades of experience to ensure our customers get honest, upfront appraisals and great values every day. We don't have fancy showrooms or high-pressure sales pitches, which means we can usually offer our customers the best deals around, and our appraisals are always free. Celebrate a great new day in America and at Northgate Rare Coins.
Invest in your golden era today at Northgate Rare Coins. See them online at northgaterarecoinscs.com Or in Linwood, see the Coin Market off 164th Street.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on ktth.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
This hour of the Jason Rantz Show is brought to you by General Transmission Repair.
Welcome back to a special edition of the Jason Rantz Show on this Game 7 night for the Mariners. We start special pre-game coverage at 4 o'clock. I know you're not expecting to hear baseball on Seattle Red, but we are lucky enough to be able to air this historic broadcast. So about 30 minutes from now, a little under 30 minutes from now, will be the start of the pregame show, followed by play-by-play at 5 o'clock. Before then, of course, let's talk about the big national story, which is the shutdown. The government shutdown has entered its 19th day, making it the third longest government shutdown in American history. And this time, it's not the fault of Republicans. This is 100% on the Democrats, who are choosing to keep the government shut down while then complaining about Republicans creating chaos because the government is closed down that Republicans didn't do. Every single Republican, every single one, minus on the House side, they all voted. On the Senate side, all but one voted to keep the government open. We just don't have enough votes on the Senate side. But we know that this is being used as leverage by the radical left. They're waiting for tomorrow when the season starts, where you can go on locally, for example, Washington Health Finder, and check your government-subsidized Obamacare coverage, and you're going to see, for those of you who use it, you're going to see an increase in costs. Now, all of that was being negotiated on the back end, right? Republicans and Democrats were negotiating. And then Democrats said, ooh, you know what, let's do this. We're seeing some polling that shows that we are seen as weak. Healthcare is an issue that we generally poll well on. Let's force the government shutdown and make this about healthcare because we need to have a message. We have to have a message. And it's not a message going into this upcoming election in 2 weeks. It's really about the midterm election. We need something. Donald Trump keeps getting his way. The base of the Democratic Party, the socialists, the progressives, they're upset with us because we're not pushing back. This is something that we can do. So they decided to lean in. Except, of course, it's backfiring because at a bare minimum, this is not hurting Donald Trump. Their end goal is to hurt Donald Trump and then help themselves. But the Democrats are polling in the toilet. And as our friend Harry Enton points out, the data analyst over at CNN, the very theatrical one, he says the shutdown isn't hurting Trump at all.
Turns out shutdowns are different the second time around when it comes to Donald Trump. Take a look here. You know, we speak about Donald Trump shutdowns, net approval rating. We're talking 20 days into it. In 2018/2019, Donald Trump's net approval rating was already falling. The shutdown was eating into his popular support. It was down 3 points already at this particular point and would fall considerably more. It was very much on the decline. You come over to this side of the screen, this shutdown hasn't eaten into Donald Trump's support at all. His net approval rating is actually up a point in terms of his popular support. So the bottom line is this. The first shutdown during Trump's first term, 2018-2019, was hurting Donald Trump. This one is not hurting him at all. There's no real reason Donald Trump might say, at least when it comes to popular support, I want to get out of this shutdown.
And why would it hurt him? He's not the one who's responsible for this. Now, he can invite some polling pain, right? I mean, we've seen 2,000 federal employees lose their jobs as a result of this. He made the choice to terminate, but he was given an opportunity to downsize this government, and he took it strategically. And 2,000 in the grand scheme of things, based on probably where they want to go, is a drop in the bucket, but it is a step in the right direction. I don't want to see people lose their jobs, but I also understand that the size of the government is unsustainable. It's completely unsustainable, sort of like Obamacare. So let's talk about that. Obamacare was never meant to be sustained without constantly refunding it via subsidies. But even Democrats a few years ago, who were given the opportunity to vote in favor of permanent subsidies via the federal government for Obamacare recipients, even they couldn't support that. This wasn't even that long ago when Democrats didn't lean into the progressives. This was just a few years ago. So even when they leaned into some of the crazy, they said, yeah, that doesn't really make sense. And now their failures, they're trying to put on Republicans. Republicans, of course, are not wanting to subsidize healthcare, Obamacare forever. That's just not sustainable, and they understand it's not sustainable. But that was part of the negotiations that was happening behind the scenes before the Democrats decided to shut down the government. And they're saying, even as the Republicans say, we'll vote, we'll do a standalone vote on Obamacare subsidies. But Democrats still rejected it. Earlier today on The View, Bernie Sanders, the socialist from Vermont, said that's just not enough to shut down, to stop the shutdown.
Senator, we're now on day 20 of the government shutdown. And the longer this goes on, it seems to play into the president's hands as he wants to continue firing federal workers, and he is defunding Democratic priorities and shrinking the government long term. Now, Majority Leader Thune has offered Democrats a vote to extend Obamacare subsidies if they just agree to end the shutdown. Are you on board with that just to get this over with?
No, because that would not get it over with. I want to see the shutdown ended tomorrow. Got a lot of good, decent, hardworking federal employees not getting their paychecks. That is not right.
But I'm still not going to vote for this because ultimately I need to have more than just a vote. We're doing this because we are losing that vote, and I want to win that vote. So I'm going to continue to keep the government shut down. That is the truth. I know it's a little bit ironic after the No Kings protest over the weekend to hold the government hostage like this, as if we are, in fact, the children. But that is what we do. We're doing this because we want to help. We want to help the people keep their health insurance covered, not the doctor. We already lost that battle. If you liked your doctor, you couldn't keep your doctor. But we were going to keep it cheap. Of course, it's not cheap. If it's permanently subsidized, it's not a cheap program to run. At the same time, on the House side, I've got this piece up at SeattleRed.com on Pramila Jayapal, who this entire time is claiming people like Michael Baumgartner, the congressman from Spokane, because he went home to his district to actually work and meet with constituents and different groups, that he's quote unquote on vacation. And yet, lo and behold, Pramila Jayapal is now on that same exact kind of vacation because she's in Seattle. She participated, we played the audio in the last segment, at the No Kings rally in Seattle. She's got a town hall that is planned for, I believe, tomorrow evening, 7 o'clock. So turns out she's on vacation. So weird. And yet at the same time, while she's not even in D.C. for a vote, she's getting mad that the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, is not holding a vote to seat an Arizona Democratic Congresswoman, the replacement for Raul Grijalva, who died several months ago. His wife, Adelita Grijalva, has been elected, but she hasn't yet been seated. She hasn't been sworn in because the government is in a shutdown. And Mike Johnson was on ABC News this week, yesterday, and the very misinformed Jonathan Karl tried to call him out.
When are you going to swear in Representative-elect Adelita Grijalva?
As soon as we get back to legislative session, when Chuck Schumer allows us to turn the lights back on.
Why haven't you done it already?
Because this is the way the institution works. I'm following the Pelosi precedent, by the way, when my dear friend from Louisiana, Julia Letlow, was elected to fill the seat of her deceased husband because of COVID. Nancy Pelosi took 25 days to swear her in. By the way,
are you saying? Let me stop you. Are you saying that Nancy Pelosi refused to swear her in earlier?
No, I'm saying that's my very point. Is this is the normal
my
process.
understanding is that was the date that actually the Representative-elect Letlow at the time requested.
And by the way, that's not true. In fact, Letlow sent out a tweet with the video of Jonathan Karl making that claim, saying, quote, "I did not request a delayed swearing in. My preference was to begin serving immediately after my special election. Democrats should quit with these political games and reopen the government so we can conduct the people's business."
No. She had obviously her.
Okay, here's some more examples, okay?
No, but wait a minute. You mentioned the Pelosi precedent, but Pelosi didn't delay that.
Let me
she
give you
did.
more than Pelosi
Yes,
precedent.
she did.
Okay?
And what about the Johnson precedent? Because you swore in two Republicans the day after their election.
I'm happy to answer. Pelosi precedent, Pat Ryan, Joe Simpolinski. They were elected during an August recess. So 21 days later, when the House returned to regular legislative session, they were administered the oath. That's what we're doing. We're not in session right now. Rep. Grijalva was elected after the House was out of session. As soon as we return to legislative session, as soon as the Democrats decide to turn the lights back on so we can all get back here, I will administer the oath on the first day.
You could swear her in tomorrow, right?
No, not tomorrow. No, we couldn't. We wouldn't. There was an exception for 2 Floridians earlier in this Congress, but the reason was they were duly elected, they had a date set, they flew in all their friends and family, and the House went out of session.
So if she flies in friends and family, then
we don't have a date set. She was elected after.
Okay.
And he has an answer for all of these responses from Carl, who hasn't really thought through this other than, I'm just going to attack. And these claims that it's Grijalva, but others, Pramila Jayapal among them, claiming, the only reason they don't want to swear her in is because she would be voting to release the Epstein files.
She says that you're afraid of her being the 218th signer to the Epstein petition to release the files, that if she were a Republican, you would have sworn her in. What do you say?
I say bless her heart. She's a representative-elect. She doesn't know how it works around here. We're going to give her the oath of office as soon as we get back to regular session.
It's really that simple. But apparently that was sexist, she said.
It's totally condescending, patronizing, misogynistic, and really telling of where he is.
It really is telling of where he is, because he's used that term for men and women, including just in July. He said the exact same thing about Thomas Massey.
I try to follow Ronald Reagan's 11th commandment, never speak evil of another Republican. My gosh, it's hard to do sometimes around here. I also try to follow the scripture. It says, bless those who persecute you. So let me just say about Thomas Massey, could you just accept my Southern, bless his heart?
Yeah, he says that about everyone, but it's sexist. Oh, okay. 1-800-465-8770 for your text on this special Jason Rantz show. Special because we're truncated. At 4 o'clock, we start Mariners pregame show with some excitement going into this Game 7 because all is on the line. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and has been averaging double-digit returns with 0 investor losses for 19 years. Contact Legacy Group Capital and find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million with Legacy Group Capital. Online at legacygroup.com. When we come back, Saul Spady and my friend Taylor Jacobs from Toronto. He had an interesting viral moment at last night's Toronto Blue Jays Mariners game. He'll explain what happened and the death stare from Julio Rodriguez when we return right here on Seattle Red, moments away from the Seattle Mariners pregame coverage, a special broadcast here on Seattle Red and SeattleRed.com.
Many retirees are enjoying the retirement lifestyle, but not the high cost of living. We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, who says a reverse mortgage may provide some stress relief.
If you're struggling with your mortgage payments or other bills, or maybe you just like some extra money, a reverse mortgage allows you to tap your home equity for tax-free cash. You've worked hard to build up that equity in your home. Now let it work for you. And best of all, you'll have no mortgage payments the rest of your life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz here. I hope you're ready for storm season, which will be here before you know it. We were already seeing the weather start to change. And unfortunately, there are going to be a lot of you who end up experiencing what more and more and more people have experienced over the course of the last several years, power outages. There was yet another story today that I saw about a power outage in the Seattle area. It happened early yesterday morning, 10:30 or so. 4,000 customers for Seattle City Light and Puget Sound Energy combined were out of power. You don't have to be in that position. In fact, you shouldn't be in that position because you have the Generator Supercenter of Puget Sound. Generator Supercenter of PugetSound.com. They are all about making sure that you are ready, that your power will stay on no matter what, that you've got peace of mind for maybe your elderly parents or grandparents, or maybe yourself. You have medical equipment that needs continuous power, and you will know you will not lose out on it. Comes with remote monitoring. Generator Supercenter, PugetSound.com. They make the entire process smooth and stress-free. They're based out of Linwood, and they connect you with Generac generators, the best that money can buy. Do not think of this as a want. Don't think of it as a luxury. It's not. It's a necessity for many of you right now in Washington State. Generator Supercenter or PugetSound.com or call 360-850-0000.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Meet Sarah. She tried one of those online weight loss programs, filled out a form, got a prescription, and a few weeks later she felt dizzy, weak, and frustrated. No one was checking in. No one was making sure the plan was safe for her body. That's when she turned to Longevity Medical Clinics. Our medically supervised GLP-1 program helped Sarah lose weight safely while we monitored her progress every step of the way. Today, she feels healthier, stronger, and more confident than ever. At Longevity Medical Clinics, we believe weight loss isn't just about dropping pounds. It's about restoring your health with real doctors, real monitoring, and a plan that works for your body. If you're serious about losing weight and you want to do it the right way, Longevity Medical Clinic is here to help. Call Longevity Medical Clinics today at 866-86-YOUNG or visit lmclinic.com for your free health analysis. Longevity Medical Clinics. Safe, supported, life-changing. lmclinic.com.
Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show on Seattle Red and Seattle Red 770 AM. We are truncated today. In about 10-ish minutes, we begin the Mariners pregame coverage, and we're really excited. I'm 100% on board. I might be a bandwagon fan for now, but the reality is I've become excited about Mariners baseball in a way that I've never been, which likely means, like so many of you guys, we'll be watching next season, no matter what happens today. Of course, however, we want to see a win. Last night, we were not so lucky. My next guest also potentially wasn't going to be so lucky had he not had the benefit of a Julio Rodriguez stare down at a fan who stole a ball from him. Joining me on the line, my friend Taylor. Welcome.
Hey, thanks for having me, Jason.
So I saw a video on your Instagram. You and I are friends. I follow you on Instagram. Take me through what happened.
Yeah, so I'm out here in Toronto for the game 6, and we're sitting out in left center field. My cousin and I have family out here, and, you know, I'm liking to talk to the players. I'm the only Mariner fan. There was another set of Mariner fans a little ways away, but I was pretty much the only one there. So I was kind of throwing up the no-fly zone sign for Julio and tipping my cap and, you know, cheering at them. So they sort of figured out that I was standing in the crowd. So he came up and wanted to throw me a ball. He basically told me to come down. He was going to toss it to me. Go down, try and catch the ball, and the guy standing in the front row snatches it out of my glove as I'm going to catch it. And Julio literally gives him like the meanest death stare of all time.
It was amazing. And it was that uncomfortably long death stare.
Oh, yeah. He was staring at him and then finally was like, give him the ball. And then finally the guy did give me the ball. But the part of the story that people didn't get to see, Julio, being the good person that he is, the next inning came and gave that guy a ball specifically and just tossed him a ball and said, thank you for giving me the ball. So,
oh, that's awesome.
All is well. The Jays fan got a ball. I got a ball. He left a little happier than me, but you know what? Game 7 tonight, we're gonna bring it.
What were you saying to that fan as well as Julio? Because you were clearly saying something, but it didn't get picked up on the video.
Yeah, I was talking to Julio. I was like, "Oh, he threw a little wide for me." I didn't want to reach in front of this guy's face. And then Julio was like, "Oh, sorry, I'm just tossing it up there." And then I was like, I basically gave him the shrug of any chance I can get this. And then when Julio kind of gave him the give it to him, he's like, "All right, man, I got you," and tossed it up. And I shook his hand. I said thank you. And then after the game, went up to him. I said thank you again, and shook his hand and said, good luck tomorrow. It was all good in the end. I think he didn't even realize I was a Mariner fan standing there.
Well, and the crowd seemed to be on your side too, or at least they weren't picking sides.
Oh, yeah. The Jays fan in our section were all supportive of me. They were cheering. They're like, "Julio, toss it to him, toss it to him." And I had the same thing. If any of the Jays had tossed a ball up and I caught it, I was going to give it to one of the kids in the section. So we had a great sort of agreement. The fans out here have been great. I think both teams' fans just want to see their team in the World Series and are less occupied with worrying about the other team and talking smack, that they want to just focus on their team and cheering for the guys on the field and hoping that it ends with the World Series trip.
Yeah, obviously slightly different context, but I mean, very similar storylines in Blue Jays fans, waiting a while to go to the World Series. The only difference, of course, they had back-to-back wins. Mariners haven't even been.
Right. Yes, exactly. They know what it takes. So I will say that the crowd difference between T-Mobile and Game 5, because I was also in Seattle there for the Game 5, Seattle fans just bring it. It just means so much. And it doesn't matter, like you said, Jason, if you're a bandwagon fan, you've been a fan and been to every single game since they started. It's truly brought the city together, and it's what sports, the best part of sports is, right? The unity, everyone coming together and cheering for the common goal. And it just feels so great when we all are pulling in the same direction. Yeah. So love to see it here from the Toronto fans, but love to see it more from the Seattle fans. And you could feel a little bit more of the want from the Seattle fans in Game 5. So hopefully the ones that are here in Toronto for Game 7 bring it, because it's going to be electric.
It's going to be electric. We're just a few moments away from the pregame show. Real quickly, parting words. How do you think tonight's going to go? I know you're nervous.
I think the Mariners, I'm nervous. Look, I'm always nervous. I'm a Wazoo guy, a Mariner fan, a Seattle sports fan. So if you're not a nervous wreck at all times, you're really not a Seattle sports fan. But I think the difference is going to be that, look, they can do whatever they need to do to win this game. They need to throw as many pitchers out as they need to throw. Today's the day to do it. We have the arms. We have the bats. We have the pieces to go out there and get it done. Just going out there and executing the plan and doing what they need to do and not letting the crowd, take them out of this game. And I think that hopefully by the end of the night and tomorrow morning, I'm flying back to Seattle with an AL pennant in tow.
Fingers crossed. I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for the Mariners. I'm rooting for all the Mariners fans who have made the trek to Toronto. In fact, we're going to speak with another one in just a moment. Taylor, thank you so much for stopping by.
Hey, thanks, Jason.
We're just a few moments away from the start of the pregame for the Seattle Mariners on this truncated Jason Rantz. And, of course, that means we had to connect with Mariners superfan, the crier, known around the globe, our friend, Saul Spady. How's the mood out in Toronto right now?
Oh, my goodness. I'll just say, Mariners Nation, I love you guys. This has been an incredible ride. We've never been here before, but the mood in Toronto, Blue Jays fans are stoked. They had a great Game 6 last night. The energy in this town is palpable. Everybody's wearing their Blue Jays gear, and, this is what sports is made of. All I can think about is Miracle on Ice, and, great moments are born of great opportunity. And, these guys were born to be baseball players. They were born to play for the city of Seattle, and I just hope they come through. I'm glad I'm here in person,
Yeah, this is going to be history no matter what. The Mariners have never made it this far along in the postseason. And, of course, to get to the World Series, the Mariners said, we'll drag it out. We'll play every single game imaginable. And I would like to think that the intent behind that is knowing it gives more content for their fans.
I hope not. I think this is just a matchup of great baseball teams. I mean, the Blue Jays make the best contact in baseball. The Mariners have some of the best pitching in baseball. They hit more home runs than almost any other team. And you're watching these matchups, and they're real. But all I got to say for Mariners fans, it was a 2-game set. Like, we wanted to win last night, but we didn't have to win. And some great things happened. Like, the Blue Jays burnt out their closer last night. We have great starting pitching that can go every single game. It's like every pitcher, every player is available for this game. Every person in Seattle is going to be listening to 770 today. Like, we are all one as a city, and that's so beautiful. And we should all just lean in and have a fantabulous time. And you know what? I really believe the Mariners are going to win. Maybe I'm wrong, but you got to have faith one more day, right?
Yeah, well, hopefully that one more day will become many more days as they head into the World Series. But obviously tonight is the big one. They have to win tonight. It is do or die. It seems like you're really excited and pumped. Have you been seeing a lot of Seattle Mariners fans in Toronto?
There aren't that many. We are one for every 1,000 Blue Jays fans. Maybe there's 1,000 of us out here, 750. Every time you see another Mariners fan, though, they look at you, they see you, we high five. I've been texting with friends back home. I really do mean this. This is the day to just reconnect and be a fan and like let the political things go away for one day and just be a part of what could be what already is Seattle Mariners baseball history.
Indeed, we are moments away from the Mariners pregame show right here on Seattle Red 770 AM. Any final predictions?
I think George Kirby is going to give us 3 innings where he fights and he claws, and then we're going to hand it to Brian Wu, and then we're going to hand it to Castillo. I sense one more historic big dump in our future, and just baseball, baby, in October. Let's have a great time, Mariners fans.
Love it.
Let's go. It's Game 7. That's my prediction.
That's Saul Spady. Game 7 starts at 5. Pregame coverage, special pregame coverage right here on Seattle Red starts in just a few moments. Saul Spady, thanks for stopping by.
Let's go, Mariners fans.
Let's go, Mariners fans. You're listening to the Jason Rantz Show on Seattle Red. SeattleRed.com is the place to go for podcasts, video, news, opinion without the left-wing spin. Head on over to SeattleRed.com. I will see all of you again tomorrow for the normal show, 3 to 7. But for now, we head on over in just a couple moments to Seattle Mariners pregame.
Open enrollment for Medicare happens every year, but for a lot of people, it's still confusing. Hi, this is Herb Weisbaum, the Consumer Man. Don't worry, help is on the way with a Medicare Jumpstart Toolkit brought to you by the Insurance Commissioner's Sheba program. Find out what's changing and learn about your options for Medicare with 7 easy steps to get ready for open enrollment. Order your free copy of the Medicare Jumpstart Toolkit at insurance.wa.gov or pick up a copy at your local library or senior center.
Is it time to get your home sold? Nick Southard with Upgrade Realty here. Selling hundreds of homes around the Sound for over 25 years has taught me presentation is everything. And with my luxurious marketing, you'll attract tons of buyers, sell fast at top dollar, and net more money. Because Upgrade Realty will save you thousands in fees for only 1% listing commission. To learn more, visit upgraderealty.com. Upgrade your listing for 1%. Upgraderealty.com.
Building a home or getting a mortgage, investing in real estate, none of this should feel like pulling teeth. And yet, banks and credit unions seem determined to make it that way. Jason Rantz here for Legacy Group Capital, online at legacyg.com. Legacy Group Capital is different. And it's really simple why they're so different than banks and credit unions. They cut through all the nonsense. Banks are going to drown you in red tape, delays. They're going to, especially when dealing with a construction loan, be very, very, very difficult. Legacy Group Capital, they don't play that game. They're one of Washington's largest local private portfolio lenders who have helped thousands of home buyers and investors hit their goals using a common sense approach that actually makes sense. The key difference is that Legacy Group will lend its own money and make its own decisions. So if your deal makes sense, they say, okay, let's make it happen. It gets the attention that you deserve from people who are local and invested in this community. Talk to the experts in private lending, Legacy Group Capital, online at legacyg.com or call 425-635-4700. 425-635-4700. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details online at legacyg.com.
Well, folks, a golden sunrise is dawning over America. Trump is back, ushering in a time of American prosperity, peace, and achievement. And with the economy ready to boom, it's a great time to get a piece of the golden era for yourself. Hi, I'm Brian from Northgate Rare Coins. Whether you're looking to sell your old coins, jewelry, paper money, or precious metals for some quick cash, or you want to make a smart investment for the future, Northgate Rare Coins has you covered. My brother Brendan and I draw from decades of experience to ensure our customers get honest, upfront appraisals and great values every day. We don't have fancy showrooms or high-pressure sales pitches, which means we can usually offer our customers the best deals around. And our appraisals are always free. Celebrate a great new day in America and at Northgate Rare Coins.
Invest in your golden era today at Northgate Rare Coins. See them online at northgaterarecoinscs.com. Or in Linwood, see the Coin Market off 164th Street.
Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle,
710 KIRO AMC. This is the Seattle Mariners pregame show, counting you down to first pitch between the Toronto Blue Jays and your American League West champion Seattle Mariners in the 2025 American League Championship Series.
And the fans are going crazy here at T-Mobile Park.
Pre-game coverage is presented by the new Chevy Trax, Cheetos, and by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. The countdown to first pitch starts now.
Set the tone early and try to grab the lead right away. We know who they are. They know who we are. It comes down to execution, getting that timely hit, and just like I said, playing offense, playing aggressive.
You really just gotta play baseball. It's a game at the end of the day. I said this earlier, lights a little bit brighter, crowd's a little bit louder, but at the same time, you still gotta play baseball. You gotta control your at-bat. You gotta find a way to get a guy over and get a guy in. You gotta find a way to throw strikes, play defense. It's the same game, just a little bit louder.
Definitely really excited. This is my first time being part of a Game 7, and, they say in sports that there is no better 2 words than that. So I'm very excited for today.
Well, Julio, we are right there with you. This is our first Game 7 ever as well. And nobody said it would be easy, but believe me, the Mariners, they are up to the task. They are ready to fight for the World Series that they want so much to bring to the fans in Seattle. The pregame show starts right now. Good afternoon and welcome to Mariners Baseball. Shannon Dreyer coming to you live from the Western Washington Toyota broadcast booth found here at Rogers Center, where in just over an hour, these two teams who came into the league together in 1977 will do battle for the biggest prize in baseball. The Blue Jays are looking to return to the World Series for the first time since 1993. The Mariners for the first time ever. This marks the first championship series in MLB history where both teams face a 30-plus year pennant drought. So much on the line. On the mound, we're going to have a rematch of what we saw in Game 3 with George Kirby going for the Mariners, Shane Bieber on the other side. What adjustments are made? Well, that remains to be seen. But the team got on the field today for their usual workouts and batting practice. There were no signs of the rough game they played last night, and that's what they're all about. Bounce back is in their bag of tricks, as is resiliency. They will need to draw on all of that tonight, but we have seen it all year. Let's go ahead right now and get to Dan Wilson's lineup for Shane Bieber. This is what we've got. At the top, once again, is Julio Rodriguez in center field. He has 3 home runs and 8 runs batted in this postseason. Cal Raleigh hitting .302 in the postseason follows at catcher. Josh Naylor batting third tonight. He's moved up a little bit with his .341 playoff average. He will, of course, be at first base. Jorge Polanco will be the designated hitter in the cleanup spot. Randy Arozarena will be in left field. It'll be Gino Suarez at third base. J.P. Crawford, the shortstop. Leo Ribas at second base. And welcome back to the lineup, Victor Robles. He is rounding out the 9 in right field. Let's go ahead right now and get to the health report, which is brought to you by Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. Tonight, you're going to need some offense. You're going to need some home runs. You're going to need to, at some point, string some hits together. But you are also going to need some pitching. And it is all hands on deck as far as the bullpen is concerned. Everyone except Logan Gilbert expected to be available. They've looked at every possibility, where they could be at any situation in the game, who they could bring in. We saw them just execute a tremendous plan in Game 1 of the Division Series. You better believe they went hard to work on this one as well. This health report is powered by Virginia Mason Franciscan Health, the sports medicine provider of the Seattle Mariners. Of course, Toronto, they've got a lineup too. And am I the only one that's getting a little bit tired of looking at them? I am ready to see another team. I am hoping the Mariners are seeing another team this Friday, but they've got one more against the Blue Jays, who, as you heard, Mitch Garver in the open said, yeah, we know these guys pretty well right now. This is what we got. George Springer at the top, and I'll go ahead and say he still looked pretty hobbled by that knee last night. Did not have a hit in that game. He will be the designated hitter. Still very, very dangerous at the top of the lineup. Nathan Lucas follows in left field. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. batting .462, 6 home runs, 12 runs batted in the postseason. He will be at first base. Alejandro Kirk will be the cleanup hitter behind the plate. Dalton Varsho in center field. Ernie Clement at third base. Addison Barger in right. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa at second base. And rounding out the 9 for the Toronto Blue Jays will be Andres Jimenez. We have got a great show planned for you. Coming up on the roundtable, we are going to get into this game. We'll get to some keys of the game and tell you what to look for, what to expect, and what we are hoping to see. On the Mariners Clubhouse Insider, not too long ago, I sat down with General Manager Justin Hollander, trying to get the pulse of where he's at right now. Is this any easier in his spot? I think you'll get the answer to that relatively quickly. That comes up on the Insider in about a half an hour. We'll have all of the usuals as well. We'll have the all-important picks to click, talk about all the news in baseball right now, and much, much more. But coming up next, it is time to hear from Dan Wilson. Gary Hill sits down with the Mariners skipper as the pregame show continues on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
At Fred Meyer, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix, guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with low prices in every aisle. And you never compromise your appetite with our golden brown bread that's baked fresh in store. And you never compromise your wallet with our low prices. Fred Meyer shoppers never compromise. Fred Meyer. Fresh for everyone.
The playoffs are here, and so are the payoffs at Legends Casino Hotel. October is the perfect time for a fall road trip over the mountains to the beautiful Yakima Valley. Enjoy wine tasting, a wide-open golf course, and farm-to-table food with a home base at Legends Casino Hotel. Spacious, quiet, comfortable rooms, the brand-new Sage Spa, and live entertainment await. Make the beautiful drive over to Legends Casino Hotel. Pass the time while listening to the game. Legends Casino Hotel, within winning distance.
Looking for high-quality assisted living that won't drain your life savings? At Care Partners Living, we offer compassionate care at a price that helps stretch and preserve your estate. No unnecessary luxury, just the support you need with dignity and heart. And if you ever need to convert to Medicaid, you don't have to move. With communities across Washington and Arizona, including new locations in Port Orchard, Sumner, Mercer Island, and North Creek Bothell, there's a Care Partners community near you. Care Partners Living, compassionate care and peace of mind. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability, making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Northwest Chevy dealer.
This is Mariners baseball. The countdown to first pitch continues with the Dan Wilson Show.
Well, Dan, here we are, Game 7, first Game 7 in franchise history. How are you and the team feeling heading into this one?
We're confident. I think we're excited. It's a great opportunity in front of us, and feeling good about where we are at as a club, and this has been a crazy series, of course, but excited for the opportunity that's in front of us, and excited to get underway tonight.
You're handing the ball to George Kirby. Of course, was brilliant against the Tigers, and in a similar situation in Game 5. Blue Jays got to him the first time around. What adjustments would you like to see from George against what we've seen as a very good hitting lineup?
Yeah, no doubt. This is an aggressive lineup, and contact is king for them, and they've made a lot of contact. I think George, the key for him tonight will be just quality strikes. We talk about getting ahead and attacking the zone, which is what we want to do, but being in the middle of the plate sometimes can be a detriment in some ways, especially against a team like this. So getting close to the edges, making more quality pitches towards the corners or the top or bottom of the zone, I think is going to be key for George, and get them to make weaker contact because of it.
We saw Brian Wu for the first time in the postseason a couple of days ago. How did he come out of it, and is he available in this one?
Yeah, Brian's feeling good, and I think had a couple days of rest here, so that has helped him come back and bounce back from that. We'll also have Bryce Miller down there. We'll also have Luis Castillo down there. It is an all hands on deck day for sure in terms of the bullpen, and the rest of the bullpen guys also ready to go and ready and willing to take the ball, wanting to take the ball really, and so I think in terms of where we are with our pitching, I think we're in really good shape.
You're seeing Bieber for the second time in this series. What would you like to see this time around against him?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have to solve that secondary problem. He's got the good slider, he's got the split as well, the curveball. We saw all of them. I thought he had a pretty good command of all his breaking ball, all his secondary stuff, and that's going to be the key for us, being able to get to that tonight. I think he spots his fastball, he locates his fastball to keep us off of that stuff. But tonight, being able to handle secondaries is going to be key.
When you think about this game overall, what is your biggest key when you look at this matchup?
You look at it from a lens of playing in Game 5 against Detroit. I think the idea of just not trying to do too much. I think a lot of times, you get in these situations, the temptation is to go out and again be somebody you're not, or try to do something that you haven't attempted all season long, somewhere along those lines. But just playing to who we are as a team. We do what we do. We get runners on base. We create traffic on the bases. We drive them in. We do hit balls out of the ballpark. And on the mound, we attack the zone. And again, we just need to continue to do that. That's what has gotten us here, and that's what will get us over the finish line as well.
How much being in the Game 5 against Detroit helps you in this scenario?
Yeah, I think it does. I think it's very similar scenario. It's win or go home, and we certainly have really developed a really good skill of not wanting to leave the ballpark until we've come out on top, and that's what these guys have done so well all season long, and that's what we'll certainly take out on the field tonight with us.
All right, thanks a lot, Skip. Good luck tonight.
Always a pleasure, Gary.
Mariners manager Dan Wilson.
And that is Dan Wilson right there. And he has described the club that way. They want to not leave the ballpark until they have won, which is a very interesting way to look at it. They are showing up for one thing and one thing only, and we have seen it play out so many times this year. All they need is one more tonight. Don't try to do too much. Play who we are as a team. That was the Dan Wilson Show. Dan Wilson with Gary Hill right there. The Mariners pregame show is brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the biggest and best in the Northwest. Coming up next, it is time for the roundtable. We're going to get into this game, get into what we could see unfold, what we would like to see unfold, and much, much more. That as the pregame show continues on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Nothing says Mariners baseball like the sounds of the game. And nothing prepares you for game day like AM/PM. From ice-cold drinks to hot, tasty snacks, it's the perfect play for Mariners fans on the go. As a proud partner of the Mariners, AM/PM is here to keep you ready for every big play, every home run, and every extra inning snack run. So before first pitch or after a big win, swing by AM/PM, where the lineup is always delicious. AM/PM, too much good stuff. Whatever temperatures this winter brings, your friendly and knowledgeable Bryant dealer is ready to help. Your dealer is committed to achieving a high level of training and skills backed by outstanding products from one of the industry's most trusted names, Bryant. Whether you need a quick fix or an entirely new heating system, your local Bryant dealer will do whatever it takes for your family's comfort.
Schedule an appointment today. Visit BryantNorthwest.com for a dealer near you. Bryant, whatever it takes.
Whether home or away, Mariners fans can win every day. Because when you fuel up with our proud fuel partner, Arco, you're getting quality top-tier gas for less. So be a team player to your wallet and pay less like a pro. Now that's one for the highlight reel. It's time to enjoy your winning streak at the park and the pump. Take the win with quality top-tier gas for less at Arco. Savings based on independent retail price survey.
$195 million. Global Credit Union members saved $195 million last year through lower fees and better interest rates. At Global, member service is our highest priority. 27 branches throughout Washington, an easy-to-use mobile app, and access to a member service rep wherever you are and whenever you need help. 24/7, 365 days a year. Learn more at globalcu.org. Global Credit Union, proud partners of Seattle Mariners Radio.
Hey Mariners fans, this is Dan Wilson for Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. Everyone should know their blood pressure and cholesterol level. If they're too high, the risks of heart attack, stroke, and heart disease increase. That's why an annual wellness checkup with your doctor is so important. Simple things like eating healthy, daily exercise, and working to quit smoking will give your heart the support it needs to keep you in the game for extra innings. To schedule your annual wellness appointment, go to vmfh.org/Mariners.
And maybe stay on your side of that. It's Chase Matthews, Sunday, December 7th at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. Country music singer, songwriter Chase Matthews, one of country music's most compelling rising stars. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Why does he call you dog? Don't miss Chase Matthews, December 7th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Around here, it's all or nothing, and Toyota has more all-wheel drive choices than anybody, like the family-size Highlander and the bigger, more powerful Grand Highlander. Now through November 3rd, get a new 25 Highlander or Grand Highlander with 4.75 APR financing, or you can get 5.75 APR financing on hybrid models with approved credit through TFS. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. For complete details, go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
October baseball is back in Seattle, and the official airline partner of the Mariners is inviting you to go further with Atmos Rewards, a loyalty program by Alaska and Hawaiian Airlines. Atmos Rewards is the #1 airline rewards program, offering you more ways to earn and redeem points on over 1,000 global destinations. Seize the moment, Mariner fans. Sign up today at atmosrewards.com. That's ATMOS rewards.com.
Mariners pregame continues with a roundtable.
Welcome back inside Rogers Center here in Toronto. Time now for the roundtable. Shannon Dreyer joined by Rick Riz, Aaron Goldsmith, and Gary Hill. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm really tired of looking at this Blue Jays team. I would like to move on.
Well, you will no matter what, Shannon. I'm happy to report.
I would like to move on and go see another baseball game that involves the Seattle Mariners later this week. It is a Game 7. They say anything can happen in a Game 7. The Mariners certainly have lots of experience with the drama, the ups, the downs, the resiliency. But, this is a matchup that you can break it down. You can see there are some flaws, but they can also find a way. So I'm kind of curious to hear from all of you what you are hoping to see, realistically, and what they are able to do tonight.
Yeah, I'm hoping that George Kirby shuts down this offense early in the ball game. He's got to do that. He's going to have some help in the bullpen just in case you don't want to go to starters. You did in that 15-inning game. You want to hand it over to the high-leverage guys, Spire, Brash, and Munoz. But the main thing for this team is you got to score runs against that club out there. You got to hit the ball all over the place. You got to throw a haymaker at Shane Bieber. You got to score early. You have to add on. You want to make it tough on them to come back and that's what I want to see in this ball game. The Mariners score early, often, add on. Your big stars have to be big stars. In a situation like this, the guys at the bottom of the order have to add on. Pretty much takes everything. This is Game 7. 49 years of Mariners history has boiled down to one game tonight to get to the World Series.
Would you march down to the clubhouse and tell them that now?
I think they know. At least I hope
knock,
they
knock.
do.
Hey, Rick Riz here. Just 1 second. 49 years of history. Come on.
Come on. Win this game.
Aaron, what would you tell them?
Yeah, pull up a chair, guys.
Yeah, got a little story.
So, the Mariners' offense has not been great since the second game of the series, by and large, minus 1 inning, right, in the 8th inning the other day in Seattle. But the rotation has been really poor since Game 1 and Bryce Miller. Since that time, so the last 5 games, Mariners starters 18 earned over 17 in the 3rd innings. So no bueno. This comes down to George Kirby. It's just bottom line. When you look at the Blue Jays, this year they have obviously been one of the best hitting teams in baseball. Their OPS, when they are ahead in the count, is over 1,000. When they're behind in the count, it's under 600. Now, that's still like the best in baseball, right? But you can nullify them a little bit, and you can throw a little water on them if you can stay ahead. So that's up to Kirby. Now, they're going to put it in play. We know how aggressive they are, but I would hope to see a lot more four-seam fastballs, a lot more at the top of the zone from George today. That's kind of my key from what I'm seeing from Kirby tonight.
Yeah, and just throw as hard as you can, because you're not going to be out there for very long. I don't expect George to pitch long in this one. I see this as a 7-inning game because I think Munoz is going to go 2. I think he's going 2 no matter what in this one. So I see 7 innings to cover before you get to Munoz. And I don't think they're going to ask Kirby to go very long in this one. I think we're going to see Wu. I think we'll probably see Miller. I think we'll probably see Brash at some point. I think they're going to try and put it together and just everybody go all out, because this is everything. This is trying to get to the World Series. And they just haven't had well-pitched games in 3 of them, in the losses, right? And so I think to give your offense a chance, that's going to be key. Because too many times in the 3 losses, we've seen the Mariners down 4-5-0 in the 3rd or 4th inning, right?
Yeah.
So I think the start for Kirby is important. What I mean, I don't mean that the whole start. I mean the first couple of innings, the first 3 innings. If he's only going 3, which he may, I think that's going to be the key to this one.
Yeah, Wu's got your best chance with that fastball that you're talking about. Didn't have it the first time off of he wasn't on the IL, but off of a shutdown. But when Dan told you he's feeling good right now, did you have the feeling that yes, we're going to see him?
I think we're going to see him.
Okay.
I do. I think it's really unfortunate. I think that, it's unfortunate that he was hurt for a lot of reasons, because he's been their best pitcher this year. But I think he was the best matchup in the Mariners rotation for this Blue Jays team, and they haven't been able to start him twice in the series, which is too bad.
I think there is a choose-your-own-adventure in this game where you get 7 innings combined from Kirby, Wu, Miller, and then 2 innings from Munoz. Like there is a path for that. Now that would require none of those traditional starting pitchers to need to pivot out of an inning, right? Which I think it's much harder for a manager to pull the plug on a pitcher when he's going good, right? Yeah. When he's going, and to take him out before he faces Vlad for a second time, as opposed to, there's traffic, here comes Vlad, get Pizarro. Like, it's easier then. I think it takes a little more courage for any manager to say, I'm going to pull Kirby here, and I'm going to, you name it, Wu for the next 2, when Kirby's potentially hung zeros.
And if the Mariners can put some runs on the board early, it really takes a lot of pressure off.
Right.
Yeah, you give George a 5-run lead, and all of a sudden he's got a little more runway.
Right.
And George is the key tonight. And I think we're going to find out very early if he's going to have a good game, because he got tattooed in his last game by this baseball team. Line drives, home runs all over the place. He was hit hard. He said, I didn't make these guys uncomfortable. I think we're going to see a guy pitch inside with some ferocity, because you got to pitch inside against these guys. You cannot have them staying in there and hit line drives all over the place and home runs. I think we're going to see a much different George Kirby early in this ball game.
We've seen a ton of swing and miss from the Mariners in this series in particular. They are well above their strikeout numbers than they have been for the season. What challenge is Bieber going to present them tonight?
Bieber's a pure command guy. right? He's not overpowering. But if he can command, it's a long day. Because then once he gets ahead, then you start chasing. You start chasing both the breaking balls. I mean, that is a problem. I think just like what Rick said about Kirby, I think you know pretty quickly if Bieber's got the command or not, right? Is he spraying it or is he not? And for a guy who is still recovering in many ways for Tommy John, I think that's you talk to anybody who's off of Tommy John in that first few months afterwards, and it's like, hey, some days you wake up, you feel great. Some days you wake up and you don't feel great. I guess he felt pretty great the last time he faced the Mariners.
And he kind of didn't before that against the Yankees. He didn't have that same command. So that, to me, is another wild card in this game that we don't know till we see it, till he's on the mound.
Go ahead, Rick.
And he didn't have it early in that start. You know, he was struggling with his control in the first and the early part of the ball game, and then he found it. And here comes the slider, the splitter, and the other secondary pitches that Dan told Gary about. You got to get to those.
We talked to Julio today when he was available to the media and asked him what are the keys to facing Bieber, and he had a lot of coach talk, and then he slipped in one thing, and he said, you got to find your pitch. And if you go back and you look at the meeting the last time these two teams faced each other, it was 93 middle into Julio. It was a fastball that was in his wheelhouse that he pulled out to left field for a home run. Julio did exactly that. He found his pitch. Because when Bieber isn't doing that, he's all around the edges and getting you to chase away. So I thought that was very simple but very effective for Julio. Easier said than done, obviously, but Julio did it in game the last time these two teams saw each other.
Real quick, we have talked quite a bit about the Mariners' pen and their availability. What are the Jays looking at tonight?
I think the same thing. I think a lot of guys are available, you know, behind Bieber if he does struggle. I think I read where Schneider said Scherzer, he's available. Gausman is available, along with the guys that throw 100, you know, like Varland, things like that. I think in Game 7, you know, everybody's available.
I would say the big difference is the Mariners, the guys were talking about Wu, 28 pitches last time. Miller threw 50 pitches last time. Gausman threw over 90 last time. Scherzer, I mean, that was his best outing as a Blue Jay. I think I don't know if they would know what to expect. I think there's, with Gausman and Scherzer in particular, you have no idea what you'd get out of the bullpen.
Well, and after they didn't use Hoffman in Game 5, and Schneider was raked over the coals by an entire nation. Right?
In a very nice way.
They weren't Canada nice on Schneider.
No, they were not.
I mean, that single-handedly has the Mariners right here playing in Game 7 in many ways. He uses Hoffman for almost 40 pitches in 2 innings last night. He hadn't worked multiple innings since April. So is he available? It's Game 7. You would think he would be, but what will he be like after being used like that last night?
Mariners can score on the Blue Jays bullpen. They just have not gotten to the bullpen enough in this series.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, and I like what you say. And I mean, point taken, if they do go to their starters, they're not in the same shape that the Mariners starters in the pen will be in. So, yeah, a lot of good could happen in this game.
Pretty easy,
yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
We figured it out, guys.
Pretty simple.
Good job. All right, that was the roundtable. Coming up next, we're going to hear from Justin Hollander, general manager for the Mariners. Kind of got his pulse on the day and the game and where the Mariners is earlier today. We'll get to that coming up next as the pregame show continues on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
This is where the baseball playoffs live.
This team is fired up. The fans here at T-Mobile Park are fired up.
The conversation.
This is the playoffs, the series we've all been talking about and pointing to.
The anticipation.
This is why you watch baseball.
And where you hear your American League West champion Mariners in the postseason.
It is gone! Jorge Polanco!
Seattle Sports Playoff coverage is presented by Honey Bucket on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
If you're in the construction industry, you know it can be dangerous. Just like on the baseball field, an injury can ruin your season. The Master Builders Association's GRIP program can help make your job site safer and get you money back on workers' comp payments. Since 2012, GRIP members have earned over $214 million in refunds. GRIP also provides expert safety and claim support with a low cost and high refund. It's the best deal in construction. Get started at mbagrip.com. That's mbagrip.com.
Hey, it's John Curley with some great news. If your home's heating or cooling is uneven, noisy, or expensive, listen up. The Quilt Ductless Heat Pump System from Home Comfort Alliance is changing the game. It gives you room-by-room control and next-gen efficiency, so you're only heating where you need it. That means real comfort and real savings, and every Quilt system qualifies for max tax credits. Trusted for 50 years. Call the comfort people today at homecomfortalliance.com.
It's the bottom of the ninth and your roof is looking rough. Who do you call? 3 Tree Roofing is ready to knock your roof replacement out of the park. Go to 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free on-site estimate and get $500 off your new roof. Their team comes ready with a custom plan and estimate on that same day. With no curveballs and no high-pressure sales tactics. Visit 3treeroofing.com and swing for the fences. That's 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Hey, baseball fans. Want to stay ahead of the curve? Well, become a Mariners insider. Text Mariners to 24247. That's 24247 to receive text messages including breaking news, pre-sale offers, ticket specials, player messages, and more. Message and data rates may apply. Or if you prefer email, visit mariners.com/insider and sign up to get all the latest info delivered free to your inbox, wherever you are. Mariners Baseball. Seize the moment.
Ready to skip the crowds on your next vacation? Discover Uncruise Adventures, award-winning all-inclusive small ship journeys with just 22 to 86 guests. Explore Alaska, Hawaii, Mexico, and Costa Rica with unforgettable wildlife, remote shores, curated excursions, and farm-to-table dining. Ditch the big ship. Choose a truly personal experience. Unrushed, unbelievable, Uncruise. Visit uncruise.com or call 888-862-8881. Baseball fans, ask for your exclusive playoff savings.
Plan your next getaway at Swinomish Casino and Lodge, where you can experience all we have to offer. Explore the action on the casino floor with over 650 of the hottest slots and exciting table games. Enjoy fresh seafood and authentic flavors of the Pacific Northwest at 13 Moons Restaurant. Then wake up in one of our 98 cozy rooms to breathtaking views of Mount Baker and Padilla Bay. Book your stay today at Swinomish Casino and Lodge, where you can truly explore it all. Must be 18 to play, 21 to book a room.
Baseball fans, while the teams chasing October glory, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are keeping your ride playoff ready. With championship service, no appointment needed. Check out their websites for weekly and monthly service specials. Like right now, buy 3 tires and get the 4th one for just $1. So before your next trip to the ballpark or watch party, swing by for home run service at Toyota of Kirkland and Renton. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com.
O'Brien. This is Game 7 of the ALCS.
Jorge Polanco with a walk-off single.
AM 770, KTTH Seattle, K233DT Eastlake, and 33BU Seattle.
Holy smokes.
Mariners pregame. The countdown to first pitch continues. Now, here's Shannon Dreyer with your Mariners Clubhouse Insider.
Today in the Mariners Clubhouse Insider, a conversation with General Manager Justin Hollander. Justin, we are just a couple of hours away from, not to amp it up at all, but the biggest game in Mariners history, I think it's safe to say. Where is your mind? Where is your heartbeat? What goes through your mind in a moment like this?
My wife actually just sent me a text asking if I was making peace with the world right now. And the answer is kind of yeah. You think about a lot of things when you're going into a Game 7. It's, I think it's probably the biggest game in Mariners history. It's the biggest game in my personal history. I trust our group. I trust the heartbeat of the clubhouse. I trust these guys. I spent a little time with them after the game last night, and you would never know whether we won or lost the game last night. They even-keeled, good-spirited, good-natured. I think they'll be ready. I'm probably more nervous than they are.
Is that normal for that clubhouse to be that way? I mean, we've seen it throughout the year. I've seen a lot of clubhouses, but I think they go the extra mile.
Baseball players, professional athletes in general, but baseball players specifically, because they play another game almost every day, they're just really unique. They're crazy. To be able to forget what just happened, good or bad, and move on to the next thing every day is a unique thing. It's a special thing to be able to do, to compartmentalize and move on. They're really good at it. I'm really bad at it. And I think most broadcasters, fans, people who follow the team, people who work for the Mariners are all much worse than our players at it. I think they moved on pretty much after the last out last night, and they're ready to go play today.
You've kept the fan aspect of yourself, haven't you?
Oh, you have to. I mean, I think we've talked about this before. You kind of have to be who you are. I think if you go around faking it, it doesn't work well. These jobs are too hard. They're too stressful. So when we win tonight, if we win tonight, I'll be very excited. And if we don't win tonight, I'll be disappointed. And I think that group feels like they're the best team and they will win tonight.
What goes into the preparation for a game like this? I think back to Game 5 and everything that went into that in the division series.
I think you try and keep the same process. You try and have the same people preparing in the same ways that you always would. It's our staff, our pitching coaches, obviously Dan, Tony Arnerich, Pete Woodworth, Trent Blank. It's our data strategy team and our advanced scouting team. So Sam Reinertson, Jeremy Silverman, Joel Furman, they'll all get together and run through a bunch of scenarios. Mostly I just listen and we'll ask a question here or there, same with Jerry. And then they'll go out and they'll hopefully get the guys to play free and loose and let it all hang out, let it rip. That's what Game 7s are for, is to go have the most fun you've ever had in your life.
Was there a little bit less of the looseness last night?
I don't think so. I don't think we played a good game. I think everyone who's around our team would tell you we did not play a good game last night. But I don't think it was tight or anything. I was out here for the workout before Game 6 on the off day, and the group was as loose as it can get. They were having fun. They were joking around. The guys were having a switch hitting contest, so I watched Gino hit left-handed and JP hit right-handed, and just having fun. And I think they all relish the opportunity to go do something special. They've played that way all year. Loose, free, go have fun. I think if you set out to have fun every day, what's more fun than a Game 7 to go to the World Series?
Do you have anything like movie-like that goes through your head? Is there somebody that you think of who maybe is not here, or a moment in time that comes before and it's like, wow, we're here right now?
I think about, actually, I was texting with our social media team the other day because a friend of ours had sent in a cell phone video from the stands of Gino's Grand Slam and watching all the reactions, and then there was a feed of people, Mariners fans, who sent in similar videos, and those sort of things are probably what hit home the most for me, is seeing the joy, the hugs, the tears, the jumping up and down from all these people who are celebrating that moment with a dad or a grandfather or a grandmother or a mom or a brother or a sister, or a best friend. Like, those are the things that our fans have been waiting for so long. And I think everybody, me, the coaching staff, our front office, our players, all want to give them more moments like that for another 10 days or so. And those are the moments where I get a little choked up thinking about how special this year has been and how much I want to keep playing.
Lastly, what are you most interested to see once this game gets going?
Wow. I don't think any inning will be boring. Well, I think everybody will be on their edge of their seats on every pitch, hanging on every ball in play. I think we just need to go out and do the things we do well. I think we need to swing at the right pitches. I hope we hit some balls over the fence, and I hope we stop them from doing that.
That sounds like a plan. Justin, thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I can't imagine sitting in the room with that group tonight. And they all kind of watch differently and have different emotions about things during games, but it doesn't obviously get any bigger than this. That was the Mariners Clubhouse Insider. Coming up next, it is time for the all-important, the most important, hopefully historic picks to click as the pregame show continues on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Fall is here and change is in the air. Are you looking to get more out of your personal or business banking? If so, check out Mechanics Bank. They're one of the safest and soundest in the country. They put customers first and help businesses thrive, and they positively impact the communities they serve. Stop by one of their 32 branches throughout the Pacific Northwest today or online at mechanicsbank.com. That's mechanicsbank.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
2026 Mariners season ticket memberships are on sale now. There's no better way to catch Cal, Julio, and the crew at T-Mobile Park with year-round savings, no ticket fees, access to exclusive pre-sales at events, and more. And you've got two great options. Reserved memberships let you lock in the best locations in the ballpark so you can make your favorite spot home all summer long, whether you want to catch 20 games or the whole season.
Oh, he makes the catch! What a snag by Julio Rodriguez!
Or go with a Flex membership, which gives you the freedom to choose your seats, games, and number of tickets as you go. Terrace Club, bleachers, right behind the dugout, divvy it up however you want. This season's been a whole lot of fun, and you won't want to miss out in 2026. Come on board today at mariners.com/26.
The Mariners, their third consecutive shutout win.
Mariners baseball. Seize the moment.
Hey Mariners fans, this is Dan Wilson on behalf of the Mariners Partner in Health, Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. Do you suffer from heartburn? Did you know that chronic heartburn can be a symptom of something more serious going on in your body? Many people can lessen heartburn symptoms by modifying their diet, getting more exercise, and managing weight loss. However, if symptoms persist, it is best to consult your doctor as soon as you can. Find a doctor today and schedule your appointment at vmfh.org/Mariners.
T-Mobile is more than the best network in the game. They're now the best network in America, according to the experts at Ookla Speed Test. So MLB fans are connected from home to home plate with the most advanced 5G, the most towers, and a signal that goes farther than ever. You can keep up with your teams on the road, overseas, and even off the grid. For baseball fans, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H2025, compatible device and plan required for T-Satellite. See details at T-Mobile.com.
October baseball is back in Seattle, and the official airline partner of the Mariners is inviting you to go further with Atmos Rewards, a loyalty program by Alaska and Hawaiian Airlines. Atmos Rewards is the #1 airline rewards program, offering you more ways to earn and redeem points on over 1,000 global destinations. Seize the moment, Mariner fans. Sign up today at atmosrewards.com. That's ATMOS rewards.com. Whatever temperatures this winter brings, your friendly and knowledgeable Bryant dealer is ready to help. Your dealer is committed to achieving a high level of training and skills, backed by outstanding products from one of the industry's most trusted names, Bryant. Whether you need a quick fix or an entirely new heating system, your local Bryant dealer will do whatever it takes for your family's comfort.
Schedule an appointment today. Visit BryantNorthwest.com for a dealer near you. Bryant, whatever it takes.
Now, your Star Rentals Sports Desk update.
The coaching carousel is heating up with one piece of news coming out today. As it was reported, Albert Pujols will not be the next manager of the Angels. The future Hall of Famer was the frontrunner for the job, but talks with owner Artie Moreno reportedly broke down and are not expected to resume. This update is brought to you by Star Rentals, the preferred supplier to the West contractors. Find one of their 18 Pacific Northwest locations at starrentals.com.
Game 7 of the ALCS on the Seattle Sports app.
Well, guys, here we are. This is it. The whole season. History is riding on these picks. No pressure. Please don't screw it
up. Can I
up.
just say that I love the fact that Albert Pujols and the Angels couldn't agree on a dollar figure? Like, I think that's amazing. That's incredible.
Funny.
That's a great update.
Yeah, little levity in that. I thought everybody would enjoy that.
Thank you, Shannon.
Yes, you're very welcome. We do have picks. Rick, you're ready. I know you are.
Yeah, we're all ready. This is for the big cannoli right here, and the big players do big things, great players do great things. So I'm going to go with the American League MVP, Cal Raleigh. He's going to have a huge night tonight. Not one, 2 home runs for the big dumper. Mariners need to strike early against Shane Bieber, add on, and win the biggest game in the history of this franchise.
Canada's favorite baseball player. Gotcha.
We all have been waiting for postseason Randy. We've been waiting, and he is waiting until the lights are the absolute brightest in Game 7. 1 homer, 2 homers, 3 homers for Randy Arozarena. An all-time Game 7 that will never be forgotten.
I'm really hemming and hawing on my pick. I'm vacillating between 2 players, but I'm gonna go with Julio, man. It's Julio. It's Julio's day. It's his time to shine. This is a Julio day. He's probably gonna swipe a bag. Obviously gonna knock a dinger, have a diving catch, might even rob a homer.
Oh.
He's not gonna hit 3 home runs, guys. I'm sorry. But it will be a great game for
You
Julio.
won't need to if Randy does.
If Randy doesn't, yeah.
And Cal hits 2.
There we go. 5 home runs.
No one else will need to do
us.
anything if Randy actually hits 3.
Julio hit 1, there's 6.
My pick is Master Boney if Randy does all those things. He'll party hard.
All right. Looks like we got control of the situation. Thanks, guys. That was Picks to Click. Coming up next, we're going to take a look at the pitching matchup. We will also run down everything that's going on in baseball right now, give you the lineups again, and more. That as we get ever closer to your 5:08 first pitch right here on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Baseball's postseason is here.
Swing and a miss, and he struck him out. More fans are on their feet. Listen to this.
Tonight's playoff coverage is presented by Honey Bucket on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Remodel, restore, remember core.
Hey mates, Ryan Roland-Smith here. You know, home renovation can be a nightmare. Sketchy work, price gouging, even job abandonment. That's why I hired Core Contractors to manage my entire home construction project, from screws to nuts. Every supplier, subcontractor, every hammer and nail is negotiated and managed by Core Contractors, the center of remodeling and restoration.
This time of year, it's all or nothing. Toyota's got all you need during Toyota Truck Month. Now through November 3rd, get 2.99 APR financing on a new 25 Tacoma. Excludes TRD Pro and Trail Hunter. Or lease a Tacoma SR5 for $279 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Ready to skip the crowds on your next vacation? Discover Uncruise Adventures, award-winning all-inclusive small ship journeys with just 22 to 86 guests. Explore Alaska, Hawaii, Mexico, and Costa Rica with unforgettable wildlife, remote shores, curated excursions, and farm-to-table dining. Ditch the big ship. Choose a truly personal experience. Unrushed, unbelievable, Uncruise. Visit uncruise.com or call 888-862-8881. Baseball fans, ask for your exclusive playoff savings.
Find your next big win at Swin. With breathtaking views of the Pacific Northwest, award-winning dining options, and over 650 slot machines, there's always more to explore at Swinomish Casino and Lodge.
Good Dog Auto Glass.
When the stakes are high, you want the best on your team. When your windshield breaks, don't settle for your insurance company's fix that's just safe enough. Trust Good Dog Auto Glass, where the quality isn't light. We do all the things the little guys don't, and we do all the things the big guy does.
We answer the phone when you call, we work for you, and we will walk you through the insurance process. Visit GoodDogAutoGlass.com, Puget Sound's most trusted auto glass company, and get more bang for your buck.
Hi everybody, Rick Riz here. When considering a luxury new or certified pre-owned vehicle, come to Sandberg Volvo in Linwood for a state-of-the-art, eco-friendly dealership. They have an unbelievable selection of new and certified Volvos, like the all-new redesigned XC90, or check out the new EX90 and EX30 all-electric vehicles. Sandberg Volvo is the only consistent Excellence Award winner in the Pacific Northwest for customer service. Visit Sandberg Volvo in Linwood or SandbergVolvoCars.com.
$195 million. Global Credit Union members saved $195 million last year through lower fees and better interest rates. At Global, member service is our highest priority. 27 branches throughout Washington, an easy-to-use mobile app, and access to a member service rep wherever you are and whenever you need help. 24/7, 365 days a year. Learn more at globalcu.org. Global Credit Union, proud partners of Seattle Mariners Radio.
Gary Hill for my great friends at Fireside Home Solutions. We are ready for the colder weather thanks to our fireplaces from Fireside, and you can be too. Save up to $650 on Heat and Glow fireplaces from Fireside. They have an amazing selection of fireplaces to fit your style and budget while guaranteeing the best price. Fireside Home Solutions in Bellevue, Auburn, and now open in Spokane or online at firesidehomesolutions.com.
It's Game 7 of the ALCS on the Seattle Sports app.
Hard to believe it, but here we are. Mariners one game away from the World Series, but they are now in a Game 7 situation, which I'll go ahead and admit is not the most comfortable position to be in, but hey, they have been in these spots before, and they have done good things. They've also done good things against other teams' aces. Kevin Gausman is the ace here, but you can treat Shane Bieber like an ace as well, as far as I'm concerned. We'll get to the pitching matchup in just 1 second, but we'll go ahead and point to the Chevy Trax scoreboard, bigger, bolder, and built in the Northwest. The 2025 Trax offers 5 great trims to perfectly suit your style. Mariners, Blue Jays, of course, the only 2 teams playing today, as there are only 3 teams left in baseball. The Dodgers waiting to see who their opponent will be in the World Series, which, of course, begins on Friday. So That is your scoreboard. That's all we got for you. We are the show here tonight in Toronto, and we are happy to be here. We're happy for the opportunity, and we would dearly love to be celebrating when this one is over. So a lot is going to depend on what the Bats are going to be doing, but starting pitching will be a huge factor in this one as well. We've talked quite a bit about how the Blue Jays have been on everything. I mean, they are not striking out. They're striking out at a rate of under 15% per game right now. The Mariners are up there at 30, which isn't very good. But you've got to find a way. They like to make contact. There are not very many places you can place the ball within the strike zone where they can't make contact, but it doesn't mean you can't get to them. Somebody who has had some success, Bryce Miller, talked about how to find success against this Blue Jays lineup.
It's a different approach than a lot of teams have, and it's a very aggressive approach. You still stick to our game plan, and we still go out and attack and be aggressive. Like, we want to be the aggressor, even whenever a team is as aggressive as they are. You just have to, make your pitches early. Make them make a mistake almost. It's for a lot of times throughout the year. We're trying to get ahead and win our OOs so aggressively that like we're throwing to the middle of the plate. And whenever you have a team like this where they're ready to swing from pitch one, like you just got to pitch a little more to the edges and almost like you're throwing a lot of 2-strike pitches even when it's early in counts, and make them get themselves out basically. If they want to swing early in counts, then that's good for us because we can be efficient and have quick innings and get our offense back up and get their pitcher back on the mound.
Bryce Miller could employ that strategy himself. We do expect to see him out of the bullpen if needed tonight. On the other side, Shane Bieber works off a 93-mile-an-hour fastball with a very good slider. He has a good curve and changeup as well. He has been running a pretty extreme reverse split this year, which might be one of the reasons Victor Robles is in the lineup today. Lefties are hitting just 156 off of him this season, and it has been kind of an oddity to see what has been going on there. That is what we have got for the pitching matchup. The lineups one last time. Julio Rodriguez at the top, followed by Cal Raleigh, Josh Naylor, Jorge Polanco, Randy Arozarena, Gino Suarez, J.P. Crawford, Leo Rivas, and Victor Robles. Toronto going with pretty much the same lineup that they have been going with the last few days. Springer, Lucas, Guerrero, Kirk, Varsho, Clement, Barger, Kiner Falefa, and Jimenez. That is what we have got from the other side. What we have got coming up next is Out of Left Field with Gary and Goldie as we get ever closer to the first pitch. You are listening to us on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
This is where the baseball playoffs live.
This team is fired up. The fans here at T-Mobile Park are fired up.
The conversation.
This is the playoffs, the series we've all been talking about and pointing to.
The anticipation.
This is why you watch baseball.
And where you hear your American League West champion Mariners in the postseason.
It is gone! Jorge Polanco!
Seattle Sports Playoff coverage is presented by Honey Bucket on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Northwest Chevy dealer.
Ryan Roland Smith here. For more than 35 years, the NBA Health Insurance Trust has been helping local builders, contractors, and their employees save money and gain peace of mind. They offer customized group health plans from the state's leading insurance providers. Small and mid-sized businesses deserve big healthcare access. The NBA Health Trust brings you the coverage you want at a price you can trust. Find out more at mbahealthtrust.com. That's mbahealthtrust.com.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. It's Mike Salk here. You can book now for an unforgettable experience. Let's talk about Hawks Peak. It is the place to be for game days this football season. With over 66 TVs, indoor-outdoor concept, the deck is covered and it's heated as well. And the food, oh man, it was excellent. All with breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. Yep, you can go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Is your roof striking out? Then it's time to call in the pros at 3 Tree Roofing. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free on-site estimate and get $500 off your roof replacement. Thousands of homeowners in the Puget Sound have trusted 3 Tree Roofing for their top-tier workmanship and customer-focused installation process. Call now or visit 3treeroofing.com to get your roof replaced before the summer is over. That's 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
O'Brien Auto Group has some of the best new car brands in the Northwest. Those great new vehicles make the best pre-owned vehicles as well. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for the best factory certified vehicles. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for a large selection of the best pre-owned cars and trucks. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. Choose from hundreds of SUVs, trucks, hybrids, EVs, and more. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. One site is all you need. That's OBRIEN Autogroup.com.
O'Brien. Whatever temperatures this winter brings, your friendly and knowledgeable Bryant dealer is ready to help. Your dealer is committed to achieving a high level of training and skills, backed by outstanding products from one of the industry's most trusted names, Bryant. Whether you need a quick fix or an entirely new heating system, your local Bryant dealer will do whatever it takes for your family's comfort.
Schedule an appointment today. Visit BryantNorthwest.com for a dealer near you. Bryant, whatever it takes.
A bicentennial isn't measured in years alone, but in progress. And KeyBank has been there to celebrate yours, building homes, businesses, and communities together, bringing new opportunities to generation after generation. For 200 years, KeyBank's been meeting you in the moments that matter most. Here's to 2 centuries of service and counting. KeyBank opens doors. KeyBank, member FDIC.
Game 7 of the ALCS on the Seattle Sports app.
It is the Mariners pregame show brought to you by Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland. Aaron Goldsmith and Gary Hill. Just another Game 7 for the Seattle Mariners, Gary, in the American League Championship Series. Goodness knows we've done this 100 times.
Oh, yeah, we're very used to this by now. Have you worked through your Game 7 routine today?
Well, since the game is until midnight local time, yes. I have multiple naps planned out for myself. Yeah. Hey, this is not just another baseball game. This is the biggest game in franchise history.
The game, you could say.
And for better or worse, anything can happen in one baseball game.
Yeah, especially in a game like this. Because you're talking about a bullpen. The Mariners side, for example, we know Wu is available, Miller's available, Castillo's going to be down there, Gosman's going to be on the other side. There's a lot of moving parts to this as opposed to like a normal run-of-the-mill baseball game. Both teams are playing for their lives. They're playing for the World Series. Both teams will be very aggressive on how, especially the pitching is handled. But we know in any single baseball game anything can happen, but especially with all the variables in this game.
Yeah, because it's, to your point, it is just one baseball game, but it's a baseball game like we have never seen before.
Yeah,
potentially based on how it plays out. We talked about this some late last night. Once that game was feeling like it was kind of getting out of hand for the Mariners. The bottom line is, they have to pitch it better.
Yes.
Especially the starters. And tonight, that's George Kirby. Since game 1, when Bryce Miller was so good here and went 6, Mariners starting pitchers have given up more earned runs than they have innings pitched. If that continues tonight, they're not going to win the game more than likely.
They need a good start. And what I mean by good start, I'm not saying Kirby goes 6, goes 7.
Right.
Hey, give a solid 3 out of the gates. And maybe the Mariners could put some runs on the board in the first 3 as well. Get off to a good start. Get an early lead, I think, would be huge because the 3rd inning, the 4th inning in particular, have been problems for the Mariners in the losses in this series. We've seen the Blue Jays pile up 4 or 5 runs in those 2 innings, and that's a tough place to be in playing from behind. The Mariners try to get off to a good start, maybe get Bieber out of the ball game, get into the bullpen early, and that could really change the fortunes for the Mariners.
For Kirby in particular, tonight the theme is quality, not quantity.
Yes.
Quality innings. You do not need a ton of innings. You need more than 1.
Right.
But you don't need 5 or 6. You have Wu, who we imagine would probably be good for a couple.
Yeah.
You have Miller, who you can theoretically get 3 outs out of.
Yeah.
Munoz hasn't pitched in a while. He could give you 2 innings.
Yes.
In fact,
absolutely.
He probably will no matter what.
Yes.
So when you start adding all that up, just can you get through the order at least a time?
Yeah. And I'm thinking about if you want to think about how this game maps out, just put Munoz down for the final 2 innings and say this is a 7-inning game.
Yeah.
So you need 7 innings from everyone else on the staff, and you're hoping for at least 3 of those to be Kirby.
Sure.
And so just that's how they're going to try and piece this one together. And maybe you never know how it develops. Maybe Kirby's just dealing. He ends up going 5 innings, which would be ideal, I think.
I like game 1 with Bryce Miller.
Absolutely. So we'll see how it plays out, because to me, that is the thing. Can they get weak contact out of the Blue Jays? We know the Blue Jays make contact. We know they're going to be aggressive. Can Kirby replicate what Miller has done in this series? And no other Mariners starter has been able to do, is to get that weak contact and kind of have some quick, easy innings.
Time will tell. We shall see. Coming up shortly, Mariners and the Blue Jays. It's Game 7 of the American League Championship Series. We're brought to you by Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland. More coming up. First pitch around the corner on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Pre-game coverage of your American League West champion Seattle Mariners has been brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort, Key Bank, and Three Tree Roofing. Don't go anywhere. First pitch is next.
Baseball fans, it's time to step up to a plate of the finest steaks and seafood at Smokin' Cedar. Enjoy sweeping views from Mount Rainier to Seattle from our heated terrace. The best gaming, dining, hotel, pool, and spa is all at Muckleshoot Casino Resort. The biggest and best in the Northwest.
Muckleshoot. $195 million. Global Credit Union members saved $195 million last year through lower fees and better interest rates. At Global, member service is our highest priority. 27 branches throughout Washington, an easy-to-use mobile app, and access to a member service rep wherever you are and whenever you need help. 24/7, 365 days a year. Learn more at globalcu.org. Global Credit Union, proud partners of Seattle Mariners Radio.
Big color, bigger savings. It's Sherwin-Williams' biggest super sale. Get 40% off paints and stains October 17th through the 27th, with prices starting at $29.39. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Whether home or away, Mariners fans can win every day. Because when you fuel up with our proud fuel partner, Arco, you're getting quality top-tier gas for less. So be a team player to your wallet and pay less like a pro. Now that's one for the highlight reel. It's time to enjoy your winning streak at the park and the pump. Take the win with quality top-tier gas for less at Arco. Savings based on independent retail price survey.
Game 7 of the ALCS.
Eugenio Suarez, grand salami!
AM 770, KTTH Seattle, K233DT Eastlake, and 33BU Seattle. Welcome to live play-by-play coverage of your American League West champion Seattle Mariners. Tonight, it's Game 7 of the American League Championship Series against the Toronto Blue Jays.
It's down, going to the wall. Everybody's running. Randy will score. Cal right behind him.
Seattle Mariners postseason play-by-play is brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers, Care Partners Senior Living, and by your local steel dealer.
Deep to right field. There it is, number 60, the modern-day Bambino.
Now, live to Rogers Center in Toronto for Seattle Mariners playoff baseball.
It is time for Seattle Mariners baseball. Welcome to Game 7. It all comes down to this, the American League Championship Series. The Seattle Mariners in Toronto taking on the Blue Jays. Gary Hill with you alongside Rick Riz. Aaron Goldsmith is here. Shannon Dreher as well. Nathan Gemmett in our Seattle studios. This, the biggest game in Seattle Mariners history. A win away from the World Series. Somebody is going to punch their ticket tonight. It's either the Mariners or the Blue Jays. George Kirby takes the ball for the Mariners. Shane Bieber on the mound for the Blue Jays. All hands on deck tonight for the Mariners. We'll come back. We'll take a look at the rest of the starting lineup for the M's right after this.
T-Mobile is more than the best network in the game. They're now the best network in America, according to the experts at Ookla Speed Test. So MLB fans are connected from home to home plate. With the most advanced 5G, the most towers, and a signal that goes farther than ever, you can keep up with your teams on the road, overseas, and even off the grid. For baseball fans, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H2025, compatible device and plan required for T-Satellite. See details at T-Mobile.com.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Holding. Defense.
The ref totally blew that call.
Oh, I'm sure he'll make the right call next time.
It's too late. It cost us the game.
Well, it's just one game.
That loss eliminated us from the playoffs.
Oh, the playoffs are on so late. Now you'll be well rested.
Okay, I need you to stop talking now.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
The Mariners are playing for the American League pennant, and the energy in Seattle is electric. Looking to be part of the action? Go to mariners.com/October. You'll find everything you need, from postseason tickets and suites to the latest on merchandise, watch parties, and more. Don't miss your chance to get in on the Mariners fun this October. Again, go to mariners.com/October for all things postseason as the squad battles for a spot in the World Series. Mariners baseball. Seize the moment.
A bicentennial isn't measured in years alone, but in progress. And KeyBank has been there to celebrate yours, building homes, businesses, and communities together, bringing new opportunities to generation after generation. For 200 years, KeyBank's been meeting you in the moments that matter most. Here's to 2 centuries of service and counting. KeyBank opens doors. KeyBank, member FDIC.
ALCS Game 7 on the Seattle Sports app.
It's the Mariners and the Blue Jays. Everything on the line tonight. Winner goes to the World Series as we take a look at the starting lineup presented by Global Credit Union, where members enjoy benefits like 24/7, 365 personal service, no fee accounts. Learn more at globalcu.org. Global Credit Union, strengthen members. Here's tonight's starting lineup for Dan Wilson and the Mariners.
This is Dan Wilson. Here's our starting lineup for tonight.
Leading off, the center fielder.
Julio Rodriguez from Loma de Cabrera, Dominican Republic.
Julio, his second of the day, and the celebration is on here at T-Mobile Park. This place has erupted.
Batting second, the Gold Glove catcher.
Big jumper, Florida State.
There it is, number 60, the modern-day Bambino.
Batting third, the first baseman.
Josh Naylor from Sawyer, Canada.
Bases clearing, 3-run double by Josh Naylor.
Batting cleanup, the designated hitter.
Jorge Polanco, San Pedro de Macorís.
Jorge Polanco, his second of the game into Edgar's. Lightning strikes twice.
Batting fifth, in left field.
Randy Rosarena, y soy cubano y mexicano.
Randy Rosarena, his career-high 24th home run of the season.
Batting sixth, the third baseman.
Eugenio Suarez, Venezuela.
Get out the right, bread and buster grabber. It is grand salami time. Eugenio Suarez.
Batting seventh, the shortstop.
J.P. Crawford, Palm Beach, California.
J.P. Crawford with a walk-off 2-run home run.
Eighth, at second base.
Leo Rivas, Maracay, Venezuela.
This place has lost its mind. 2 to the score. Leo Rivas is a hero.
Batting ninth, the right fielder.
Vito Robles, de República Dominicana, Santo Domingo Este.
Diving for the ball, making the catch is Robles. The throw into second base. They are going to double up Myers.
And taking the ball for the Mariners.
George Kirby, Ryan York, Elon University.
Swing and a miss! 98-mile-an-hour bolt up and out of the strike zone in the attic to Parker Meadows. Kirby has given you every single thing you needed tonight.
Yeah, and that's what they're asking for again from George Kirby. Is everyone ready for this? Biggest game in Mariners history. Looking to punch their ticket to the World Series, taking on the Blue Jays in Game 7. We'll come back. We have first pitch and play-by-play coming your way right after this.
For the fourth time in franchise history,
The Mariners are going to play for the American League Championship.
And there's only one place you can hear the American League West champion Mariners in the playoffs. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Remodel, restore, remember core.
Hey mates, Ryan Roland Smith here. You know, home renovation can be a nightmare. Sketchy work, price gouging, even job abandonment. That's why I hired Core Contractors to manage my entire home construction project, from screws to nuts. Every supplier, subcontractor, every hammer and nail is negotiated and managed by Core Contractors, the center of remodeling and restoration.
Tired of uneven heating, noisy systems, and high energy bills? The Quilt Ductless Heat Pump from Home Comfort Alliance gives you room-by-room control and serious savings with every system, and every system qualifies for max tax credits. Call the Comfort People at HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Game 7 of the ALCS on the Seattle Sports app.
It's the Mariners. It's the Blue Jays. It's Game 7. It's the first Game 7 in Seattle Mariners history. And Rick, they have a chance to do something they have never done before, and that's get to the World Series with a win tonight in Toronto.
Gary, for the fans back home in the Pacific Northwest, it's time to make some history. The biggest history in the history of this franchise to win a Game 7. They've never gone this deep in the postseason. It's the 4th American League Championship Series they've been involved in. Twice they got it to 6 games, only one time 5 games, and here it is, Game 7. There's no Game 8. You win and you go on to the World Series to take on the Dodgers. You lose, you go home, but right now the Mariners are still one of only 3 teams standing. The other 27 teams are at home watching the outcome for this game. Someone tonight is going to go to the World Series against the Los Angeles Dodgers, and the Mariners are ready for this moment.
What a long season it is. What an absolute marathon it has been for both these teams. We know the Mariners, of course, so well. And the Mariners, you think about those early days in Peoria, spring training, Cactus League baseball into April. What was an incredible month of April for the Mariners. The ups and the downs. It feels like they've been extreme on both ends, right? And it's carried them right here. It's only fitting when you think about the winding path the Mariners have taken us on this year that it does come to a Game 7 and completely uncharted territory in this nearly 50-year history of the Seattle Mariners. This should be an absolute blast tonight.
Exactly. There's no doubt about it. We saw some history taking out the lineup cards as Dan Wilson brought it out. Of course, for the Mariners, representing his ball club, Don Mattingly brought it out. He's the bench coach for the Toronto Blue Jays. Mattingly was involved in that Game 5 of the division series with the Mariners at the Kingdom, in which Edgar Martinez hit the double to win that series to send the Mariners to the ALCS for the very first time. So there was history before the ball game, and now we're going to see history made at this ballpark tonight with about 50,000 screaming fans. And the Mariners' goal right now is to take them out of the game. Score early. Julio Rodriguez will be leading off. The last time he saw Shane Bieber in Game 4-5, he had a 2-run home run to start things off.
Yeah, Mariners would love to get off to a great start offensively against Bieber. We're going to see what Bieber has. He was excellent last time out against the Mariners in this series, but we'll see if the Mariners can adjust to what they saw the first time and try and get to him early. We know all hands on deck on both sides. Who knows what we're going to see, how many pitchers we'll see, how many different starters we'll see. But, hey, it's both teams in the same boat. It's do or die tonight.
Everybody's available except Logan Gilbert. Here we go. Welcome to the Rogers Center here in Toronto for Game 7 of the American League Championship Series. Julio Rodriguez digs in to face the veteran right-hander Shane Bieber, 4-2 during the regular season, coming off a Tommy John surgery. Tonight's first pitch brought to you by Michael's Toyota of Bellevue. Julio ready. Here's the windup. First pitch of the game on the way, and it's a fastball that's outside for ball 1, and we are underway. Welcome to Mariners baseball. And if you're not pumped up for this one, I don't know what it would take. Here's the windup, the 1-0 pitch of the way, swinging hard, ground ball, past the bag at third, down the left field line for an extra base hit, all the way into the corner. Julio digging for second. He's in, standing up with a leadoff double. The throw in by the left fielder, Nathan Lucas, and Julio Rodriguez greets Shane Bieber into the ball game with a ringing double down the left field line.
Now, what did Julio say today before the game about facing Bieber? Find your pitch. Hanging slider, almost middle of the strike zone that he pulls fair for a double.
That was a screaming ground ball right past the bag, the inner part of the bag at third. And here's Cal Raleigh. Mariners would love to jump all over Bieber here in the top half of the first inning, which they did in his last start, but then he settled down. Here's the stretch of the pitch on the way to Cal, and it's going to be outside for ball one. After Julio hit that 2-run home run in the first inning, there was another walk that Bieber gave up, but then he retired 17 of the next 19. The Mariners want to keep the pressure on Bieber. Former Cy Young Award winner back in 2020 with Cleveland. Now the stretch by Bieber. The pitch on the way to Cal. Big swing and a miss. And the count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. On deck for the Mariners, batting third tonight is first baseman Josh Naylor. A little bit different look for Dan Wilson's ball club. Blue Jays in their home whites. Mariners back to their dark navy jerseys. Throw back to first base. And Julio diving back safely to the bag. The throw by Bieber was high to the shortstop, Andres Jimenez, but he was able to pull it down. 1-1 the count on Cal Raleigh. Game 7 of the American League Championship Series. The Dodgers have had already a few days off, sweeping aside the Brewers in 4 games. Here's the stretch of the pitch on the way to Cal. Swinging a chopper along the first base line. Fair ball right at the bag, but it goes foul. It kicks right. Guerrero gets to it in front of the bag, but foul, and the count is now 1-2 on Cal. Julio back to second base. Cal Raleigh with a bunch of home runs in his career against Toronto, about 14 home runs and 9 or 10 here at Rogers Center. He's got the highest slugging percentage of anybody here at this ballpark. Along with a Freddie Freeman, a Yordan Alvarez, and a few other guys, but Cal Raleigh is at the top of the list. Also at the top of the list in home runs this year with 60. He'd love to drive home Julio right away here in the top of the first inning. 1 on, nobody out. Pitch on the way to Cal, and it's outside for ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. What a season for Cal. Most home runs in the history of the Mariners, surpassing Ken Griffey Jr., the most home runs in Major League history by a catcher, 60, surpassing Salvador Perez, most home runs by a switch hitter in Major League history with 60, surpassing Mickey Mantle. An historic year for the big dumper. Cal Raleigh steps back in. And the count is even on Cal at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bieber ready, fires away, and it's low and inside for ball 3. Full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Coaching down at third base, hope he's busy. Chris Negron, and over at first base, telling everybody to turn left, is Eric Young Jr. Julio, great speed on at second base. Infield turnaround to the right side. Bieber a check of Julio. The pitch on the way to Cal. Swinging a well-hit ball, but he yanks it foul down the right field line. In and out of the seats. Ricochets all the way deep into the corner. A shot off the bat of Cal, and the count is still 3 balls and 2 strikes. And guys, the key, get to Bieber early.
Well, Cal did a great job the pitch before, laying off a slider in the dirt. Last time the Mariners saw Bieber, he was about 60% non-fastball, and the slider, not a surprise, was the great swing and miss pitch. That is definitely a put-away offering from Bieber.
No doubt about it. He settled in after the second inning. Here's the look in by Bieber. Julio lead, pitch of the way to Cal. Swing and a miss and a fastball for strike 3. And 1 away for the Mariners here in the top of the first inning. You can hear the crowd down below and all around Rogers Center. And that'll bring up a young man who grew up here in the Toronto area in Mississauga, Ontario, Josh Naylor. So here's Naylor up in the number 3 spot in the order. 2 for 4 last night with a home run. And he's batting .429 in the ALCS with 3 home runs and 4 runs batted in. The pitch on the way to Josh, and it's going to be up and in for ball 1. Naylor during the regular season at .295, 20 home runs and 95 runs batted in. Bieber again, a check on Julio. The stretch and now a turnaround and look, but no throw as Bieber looks Julio back to the bag at second base. Man, you've got to cash in pretty much with every opportunity. The Blue Jays have been scoring runs like crazy, especially in their division series win over the Yankees. Now the stretch and the pitch to Naylor, swinging a ground ball foul right in front of the Mariners' first base dugout. And the count is even on Naylor at 1 ball and 1 strike. It will be interesting to see how this game unfolds and how the two managers, Dan Wilson for the Mariners, John Schneider for the Blue Jays, go to their bullpens. Because as we mentioned on the pregame show, everybody's available here in Game 7 to work if they need them. And now time is called. Naylor gets time right away. By the way, the home plate umpire, Quinn Wolcott, calling balls and strikes. Doug Eddings at first, Ben May at second, Alfonso Marquez at third. The line umpires, Marvin Hudson at left, DJ Rayburn down the right field line. 6 umpires for the postseason. Julio waiting to take off at second base, looking for a clutch base hit from Naylor. Here's the stretch and the 1-1 on the way, and it's going to be outside for ball 2. 2 balls and a strike. On deck for the Mariners, Jorge Polanco. Going back to games 1 and 2 of the ALCS, the Mariners won those 2 games here in Toronto to start things off. And now here we are at Game 7. The pitch on the way to Naylor, and it's high for ball 3. 3 balls and a strike. So Josh Naylor in the driver's seat looking for his pitch. Naylor in last night's game, a home run to right field. Now the look in by Bieber. Here we go. The right-handers 3-1 on the way to Josh. Swinging a ground ball wide at first. Diving. Guerrero can't get to it. A base into the right field. Julio being waved in. The throw to the plate up the line. Julio scores. Standing up. Josh Naylor with a base hit into right field. And the Mariners have the early 1-0 lead here in the first inning. Naylor drives in the first run of the game. And the Mariners put a spot on the scoreboard right away, and they're looking for more against Shane Bieber.
That's 2 hanging breaking balls from Bieber and 2 base hits. The double from Julio, and this time a hanging curve. Naylor the base hit, and moving him up has paid dividends right away.
And now here's Jorge Polanco, the DH tonight. Pitch on the way, a check, swing a strike, and the count 0-1.
They haven't missed him either. Julio's was 107 off the bat, and Naylor 100. So scorched, both of them.
Both hits hit mighty hard off of Bieber, which is a great sign early in the ballgame. And now Polanco trying to do the same. Guerrero playing at the bag. The stretch by Bieber. He delivers, and it's low and outside for ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. And, man, that's a great sight to see. A hard-hit ground ball that got through, because in last night's game, the Mariners bounce into 3 consecutive double plays to end the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th. And that one hit so hard that Guerrero could not knock it down. Here's the pitch on the way. Polanco takes. Ball 2. 2 balls and a strike on Jorge. Mariners lead 1-0 right away. 3 batters into the ball game. What an addition Josh Naylor has been ever since he showed up. Coming over from the Arizona Diamondbacks. Near the trade deadline, Jerry Dipoto, Justin Hollander, Andy McKay making that deal for Naylor and for Eugenio Suarez. The look in by Bieber. And the veteran right-handers 2-1 pitch to Polanco. Strike called, and the count is even at 2-2. You got to keep the pressure on Bieber. Bieber in his 1 start against the Mariners. That was Game 5. He won that's Game 3. He won 13-4. He went 6 innings and gave up just the 2 runs on the home run by Julio this stretch. And the 2-2 on the way to Polanco. And here she comes. It's low and inside for ball 3. Full count 3-2.
That's the 3rd straight 3-ball count from Bieber. The Mariners have really done a nice job laying off the stuff in the dirt so far.
Julio Rodriguez jumping on Bieber right away for the extra base hit. You're right. 3-2 on Cal. 3-1 on Naylor. Now 3-2 on Polanco. The look in by Bieber. Naylor a lead at first base, bouncing around and draws a throw and dives back to the bag safely. And the Blue Jays very well know the success rate of Josh Naylor stealing bases this year. He's been outstanding. 30 steals on the season. Gets a lead at first. Now the stretch, and the 3-2 to Polanco, swinging a ground ball to the left side of the infield, taken by the third baseman. Clement steps on second, the throw to first, and it hits Naylor. Holy smokes, what a break for the Mariners. Naylor is out at second. The throw by Clement hits Josh. It bounces high in the air, and now here comes John Schneider out of the dugout as Clement, the third baseman, way to his left, got to it. Naylor turned his back, and it hit him right in the neck.
He jumped. Naylor jumped. He took it. He took that one for the team.
That's unbelievable. Naylor turning around to take it in the back, and that is on Clement. He's got to clear that throw, and the Mariners get a huge break right now. He didn't get him. He was in line. He has the right to get to second base.
Well, the jump is the question here, right? And the umpires are huddling right now between the mound and second base. Can you jump and intentionally interfere with the throw? As that he wore that on the back of the helmet. What a gamer.
We've seen guys do that a number of times. It's the job of the middle infielder, in this case Clement, the third baseman, who was playing way off the line, to get that throw over Naylor. I don't think he did anything wrong.
This is a long conversation.
He's in his right.
The umpire's talking it over.
I've never seen a base runner jump.
I haven't either.
To get in the way of a throw before.
I've seen the hands go up and everything.
I mean, he broke up what was a sure double play.
No doubt about it, because Clement, the third baseman, got it in front of the shortstop, Jimenez, and then the throw.
He just jumped and spun around, turned his back, and took it right at the back of the helmet.
His level of intelligence is off the charts. He does anything you can possibly do to try to win a ball game. Now, Clement is not a middle infielder, at least not tonight. He's a third baseman. He dropped down to make that throw. He had an easy double play. He could have cleared and created a throwing lane, but he didn't. And he hit Naylor. That's unbelievable. Dan Wilson is going out. He's got an argument right here.
They've ruled him out.
Out is called. They're going to call the double play to end the inning, but I don't believe this. I think as a runner, you have a duty if you're smart enough like Naylor to break up the double play, and he did. That's on Clement. That is a horrible call by the umpires. But the inning is over on the double play, and Dan Wilson has a beef. Well, the Mariners get a run out of it. That's Clement's problem right there, trying to get the throw to first base. We go to the bottom of the first inning. Our Mechanics Bank score. It's the Mariners 1 and the Blue Jays coming up.
Nothing says Mariners baseball like the sounds of the game. And nothing prepares you for game day like AM/PM. From ice-cold drinks to hot, tasty snacks, it's the perfect play for Mariners fans on the go. As a proud partner of the Mariners, AM/PM is here to keep you ready for every big play, every home run, and every extra inning snack run. So before first pitch or after a big win, swing by AM/PM, where the lineup is always delicious. AM/PM, too much good stuff.
T-Mobile is more than the best network in the game. They're now the best network in America, according to the experts at Ookla Speed Test. So MLB fans are connected from home to home plate with the most advanced 5G, the most towers, and a signal that goes farther than ever. You can keep up with your teams on the road, overseas, and even off the grid. For baseball fans, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data, 1H2025 compatible device and plan required for T-Satellite. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Baseball fans, it's time to step up to the plate and swing for a grand slam at the biggest and best in the Northwest. Muckleshoot Casino Resort is always a home run with the best games, the best restaurants, the best pool and spa, and the best rooms and luxury suites. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the biggest and best in the Northwest. Muckleshoot.
Whether you need a quick fix or an entirely new heating system, your friendly and knowledgeable Bryant dealer is ready to help.
Schedule an appointment today. Visit BryantNorthwest.com for a dealer near you. Bryant, whatever it takes.
It's Game 7 of the ALCS on the Seattle Sports app.
Well, we start off Game 7 with a controversial call in the top of the first inning. They have ruled Polanco out as Josh Naylor on his way to second base as the Blue Jays were trying to turn a double play, turned his back, jumped in the air, and Clement's throw, Ernie Clement was a third baseman and went way to his left to get to the ball. As he did, he got to the bag at second, got the force on Naylor, but his throw hit Josh in the back as he was jumping up, turning, and they have called it a double play, or at least Polanco out. And that ends the top of the first inning. But the Mariners have a 1-0 lead And we got to look further into this. George Springer will lead off the bottom of the first inning. George Kirby on the mound for the Mariners in the biggest game of his life. So here's Springer with a sore right knee. He was hobbling all during the game last night. Pitch on the way to Springer, and it's up and in, and that's a great pitch right there. George Springer backing away from that first pitch. George Kirby was tattooed in his last start against these Blue Jays. Lasted only 4+ innings, gave up 8 runs on 8 hits as the Blue Jays hit rockets all over the place. He's got to make these guys uncomfortable. Next off on the way. That's up and in for ball 2. And that's a good pitch. So he falls behind Springer at 2 balls and no strikes. And I think the Blue Jays are getting the message. And that one just missed the elbow of Springer. But this is what we wanted to see from George Kirby. Here's the windup and the 2-0 pitch. Swing and a foul back, and the count is now 2-1. And George Kirby sent a message to the Blue Jays saying, you guys are not going to tee off against me tonight like you did last Wednesday. That was in Seattle when the Blue Jays won 13-4. The look in by Kirby, the windup and the 2-1 to Springer. Swinging a foul out of play in the first base side, and a good fastball at 98 miles an hour. And the count is still even, or now even on Springer at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 1-0 Mariners lead. We'll set up the Mariners defense for you. Robles back out there in right field. The windup in the 2-2 pitch, and it's low and outside for ball 3. Full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Hopefully we'll get some more clarification on that strange call, the controversial call that ended the top of the first inning when Naylor was hit in the back with a throw by Clement. The windup by Kirby and the 3-2 on the way to Springer, and it's outside for ball 4, and he walked him. So the leadoff walk to Springer as Kirby was trying to get Springer to chase. And he's out at first base. That'll bring up left fielder Nathan Lucas. Say, friends, when considering a Volvo, people should come to Sandberg Volvo Cars in Linwood to experience the Sandberg difference. The only Excellence Award winner and family-owned and operated Volvo dealership in the Northwest. Come in as a friend, leave as a member of the family. See great reviews at SandbergVolvoCars.com. Here's the pitch to Lucas, and that's outside for ball 1. His first inning so important for George Kirby. Mariners have all hands on deck, even starters, if Dan Wilson and Pete Woodworth need them in this game. No tomorrow. The winner goes on to the World Series. 1 on, nobody out. Springer a lead. Here's the stretch and the pitch on the way to Lucas. Strike called. Fastball at 99 at the top of the zone, and the count is even on Lucas at 1 ball and 1 strike. Lucas having a great series, batting .357 for 20. These guys hit line drives all over the place. You got Vlad Jr. on deck. Here's the stretch. And now the 1-1 on the way to Lucas. Swing and a fly ball. Shallow left field down the line. Long run. Randy Rosarani. He's there and will make the catch in fair territory. 1 out here in the bottom of the first inning. Springer back to first base. So a big first out for George Kirby, and every out is going to be a big out for George Kirby. And here comes Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Guerrero having a tremendous postseason. He's batting .409 in the league championship series with 3 home runs, 3 solo blasts, and he's batting .462 in the postseason. A big series as well against the Yankees. 3 home runs against New York. Pitch on the way to Guerrero. Strike called. Fastball top of the zone at 99 miles an hour. So Kirby is pumped up. Good velocity. Good location right there, up and in. 0-1 the count on Guerrero, who hit .292 during the season. 23 home runs. Here's the stretch by George, and the 0-1 pitch. Strike 2 called. Fastball this time pretty much hard of the plate, and the count is 0-2 on Guerrero. And now let's see what Cal wants Kirby to throw and where he's going to put it. 1 on, 1 out, bottom of the first inning. 1-0 Mariners. Game 7. The stretch and the Kirby 0-2 pitch to Guerrero. Swinging a ground ball hit hard through the left side for a base hit. Down to second goes Springer. A shot by Guerrero. His hot hitting continues. Up with the ball as Randy gets the throw in. And that's not where you want to throw an 0-2 pitch. You want him to chase. And Guerrero got a pitch he could hit hard through the left side of the infield.
It's actually pretty fortunate. It was just a single. That was right down the middle, and certainly not where you want an 0-2.
So now the Blue Jays have the tying run on at second, the go-ahead run on at first. And that'll bring up catcher Alejandro Kirk. He likes to swing at a first pitch. Cal Raleigh out in front of the plate, going through some defensive signs, and now Cal turns around and heads on back behind home plate. The Mariners have Randy out in left field, Julio in center, Robles back in right field, Suarez, Crawford, Rivas, Naylor, the infield third at first, the battery of Kirby and Cal Raleigh. Here we go. Blue Jays threatening right away. Bottom of the first inning. The stretch by Kirby. Here's the pitch on the way. Kirk takes low and outside in the dirt. The ball pops away from Cal. Rolls up the first base line, but holding it second is Springer. And it's 1-0 on Kirk. The Toronto Blue Jays winning the American League East. They actually tied the Yankees at 94 and 68 in the standings, but they had the tiebreaker. And now time is called. Cal out to the mound. Have a talk with George. So he's going out there to settle him down. Over there also as well, Naylor.
Some further clarification, I think, Rick, going back to Naylor, who I think we can all agree intentionally jumped to interfere with the throw, right? That's clear as day. From what I can tell, per the rule book, to break up a double play, the ball is dead. The umpire shall call the batter runner out for intentional interference and shall call out the runner who had advanced closest to home plate, regardless of where the double play might have been possible. So that would be the only other runner on the base paths, which would have been Polanco.
So they call the double play. They call Polanco out with Naylor trying to break up the double play, which he did by jumping up, turning his back, getting ready for the shot. Well, here we go. 1-0 the count on Kirk. Runners at first and second, one out. The stretch by George and the 1-0 pitch to Kirk. Good breaking ball, but it's a low. My goodness, a little bit low, according to the home plate umpire, Quinn Wolcott. Looked like it got the lower edge of the strike zone, and the count is 2-0 on Kirk. Runners again get their leads. Julio a little bit toward right center. Here's the stretch by Kirby, and now the 2-0 pitch to Kirk. Strike called. That's a fastball at the knees at 98 miles an hour. No problem with the velocity. And the count is now 2-1. When George is at his best, he's right around the edges. Down at the knees, on the inside corner, the outside corner. The look in by Kirby. Runners their leads. And now the right-handers 2-1 to Kirk. It's going to be up and in for ball three. That fastball missed high and inside. And the count is now 3-1 on Kirk, with Dalton Varsho due up next. Big pitch right here for George. Got to come in with a strike. Kirk knows it. Runners their leads. The stretch and the 3-1 pitch. Strike called on the outside corner. Came back with another fastball. Kirk started out of the batter's box. Wanted to get ball four. He's got to come back, and the count is now full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. That fastball came back right over the outside corner. Heck of a pitch right there by George. Springer on at second. Guerrero at first base. George looking for a ground ball double play. The pitch on the way to Kirk. Here she comes. Swinging a pop-up. Foul on the first base side. Naylor over to take a look, but it's going to get beyond the netting and into the seats down the first base side. And the count is still 3-2 on Kirk. And the Blue Jays have made Kirby work here in the bottom of the first inning. And the Mariners did that to Shane Bieber in the top of the first inning.
This is a night where pitch count doesn't matter at all. It's just all about putting a 0 on the board.
And that's what George is trying to do. Needs a ground ball right at somebody. Infield double play depth up the middle. Now the stretch, and again the 3-2 on the way to Kirk. Swinging a foul back, and he had a mighty rip, and the count is still 3-2, and George staying with the heater. 98 miles an hour, so he's right there at 98 consistently in the early part of the ball game. Gets a new baseball from Quinn Wolcott, the plate umpire. A walk and a single in between and out. Here's the stretch. And again, the 3-2 on the way to Kirk, and here she comes. Swing and a miss for strike 3. So Kirby strikes out Kirk. A long battle with a fastball at 98 miles an hour. Strikeout number 1 for Kirby, and that's out number 2 for the Blue Jays. George wins that battle, and a battle it was.
A gutsy pitch. That was 6 straight fastballs to Kirk in what turned out to be an 8-pitch at-bat. Throws it up and in. And Kirk, a good high fastball hitter, but couldn't get to that one.
Got it by Kirk, and now here's Dalton Varsho, the center fielder. Look for him to jump on a first pitch fastball after that long at bat. Gino close at third base. Kirby look back at Springer. Here's the stretch and the pitch. On the way to Varsho, swing and a miss. He chops at a pitch down and in. There's a good slider. And Varsho swings right over the top of it, and the count is 0-1. So that took away Varsho looking for that first pitch fastball. He didn't get it. 2 on, 2 away. 1-0 Mariners. The pitch. Swinging a ground ball up the middle. Diving is Rivas. Can't get to it. A base hit. Springer rounding third. He'll score. Game tied at 1. Around to third goes Guerrero. Varsho with a single and a run batted in. And the Blue Jays have tied it up right away at 1-1 here in the bottom of the first inning. But George got the ground ball, but it was up the middle. Leo trying to dive to his right and at least knock it down, could not get to it. The walk comes around to score. And now the Blue Jays have the go-ahead run on at third base.
The pitch was well out of the zone, below the zone. We've seen the Blue Jays do that a lot in this series.
But it was over the plate. That was the problem.
Yeah.
So Varsho with a base hit and a run batted in. And here's a real thorn in the side in this series. Ernie Clement puts the ball all over the place, uses foul line to foul line. The stretch and the pitch on the way to Clement. Swing and a miss. Had a good fastball from George at 98, and the count is 0-1 on Clement. He was 2 for 3 last night, batting .333, 8 for 24 in the series. Kirby looking for the final out here in the bottom of the first inning. Get his offense back to work. Next off of the way, swinging a ground ball, foul on the third base side. Softly hit by Clement, out in front of a pitch by Kirby. And George out in front of the count now on Clement, and no balls and 2 strikes. A run in with a couple of base hits for the Blue Jays. Folks, fasten your seatbelts. We're in store for a dandy tonight here in Toronto. Game 7. Winner to the World Series. Here's the pitch. Runner first takes off. Swinging a fly ball. Center field. Julio going back. He's there and makes the catch, and that will retire the side as Varsho took off. But that will end the inning. Blue Jays get 1 run on a couple of base hits. They leave the go-ahead run stranded at third. What a start to Game 7. We go to the top of the second here in Toronto. Mechanics Bank score. Mariners 1, the Blue Jays 1.
Your better half making you run errands during the Mariners playoff game? We have your solution.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3, got him.
Hear every Mariners game live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
This is a message worth listening to. Our friends at Mazda of Everett always offer you their best deals. Mazda of Everett is the West Coast's largest Mazda dealer for a reason. They sell more new Mazdas than any other dealer on the West Coast, offering you their best deal every day. Shop over 300 new Mazda CX-5s with 0.9 financing for 60 months, available on approved credit. Located on Highway 99 in Everett, or shop MazdaofEverett.com. Based on Mazda USA's retail sales reports 2025.
If you're in the construction industry, you know it can be dangerous. Just like on the baseball field, an injury can ruin your season. The Master Builders Association's GRIP program can help make your job site safer and get you money back on workers' comp payments. Since 2012, GRIP members have earned over $214 million in refunds. GRIP also provides expert safety and claim support with a low cost and high refund. It's the best deal in construction. Get started at mbagrip.com. That's mbagrip.com.
Good Dog Auto Glass.
When the stakes are high, you want the best on your team. When your windshield breaks, don't settle for your insurance company's fix that's just safe enough. Trust Good Dog Auto Glass, where the quality isn't light. We do all the things the little guys don't, and we do all the things the big guy does.
We answer the phone when you call, we work for you, and we will walk you through the insurance process. Visit GoodDogAutoGlass.com, Puget Sound's most trusted auto glass company, and get more bang for your buck.
ALCS Game 7 on the Seattle Sports app.
Our Mechanics Bank score. What a start to this one. Game 7 here in Toronto. It's the Mariners 1 and the Blue Jays 1. Time now for tonight's Men of Steel report, brought to you by Steel Outdoor Power Equipment. Julio Rodriguez with a double, and Josh Naylor with a base hit into right field, giving the Mariners their first run of the game right away off of Shane Bieber. Tonight's Men of Steel report brought to you by Steel Outdoor Power Equipment. Find your steel. Visit steeldealers.com. That's STIHL dealers.com.
Rick Riz along with Gary Hill Jr., Aaron Goldsmith, Shannon Dreher before a packed house here at Rogers Center. The Mariners won the first 2 games here in Toronto of the best-of-7 series. Then it shifted to Seattle T-Mobile Park, where the Blue Jays won the first 2 there, games 3 and 4. The Mariners won game 5. And then the Blue Jays stayed alive with a win last night. Here's Randy Arozarena, the stretch and the pitch. Over for a strike, and it's 0-1. Blue Jays winning last night by a score of 6-2. Mariners won the previous game in Seattle by that same margin, 6-2. Here's the pitch on the way, low and outside to Randy. Ball 1, 1-1 strike. On the historic night by Eugenio Suarez, who had a home run in the second and a game-winning grand slam in the 8th. Windup and the pitch. Misses inside for ball 2, 2-1 the count on Randy. Randy looking for his first career hit against Bieber, 0 for 10. The windup and the 2-1 pitch. Swing and a foul back off the screen. And the count is even on Randy at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Randy had a couple of base hits last night. That's what the Mariners need. The Mariners need some offense up and down through this order, 1 through 9. That's what you got to do against Bieber. Here's the windup and the 2-2 on the way to Randy. Swinging a ground ball up the middle. Diving is Jimenez, and he can't get to it. A base hit in left center field. Randy with the wide turn at first. Heads on back, and he's on at first with a leadoff single. Well, so far the ground balls are sneaking through, where that wasn't the case last night. As we mentioned, the Blue Jays turning 3 double plays. And here's Eugenio Suarez. Some boos for Gino after what he did to the Blue Jays back home in Game 5, winning Game 5 with the 2 home runs, including the grand salami. So here's Gino. The stretch by Bieber. And the pitch to Suarez, and it's up high for ball 1. Bieber has thrown 25 pitches to start things off, and the Blue Jays really made George Kirby work in the bottom of the first as he threw 25 pitches. Now the stretch and the 1-0 on the way to Gino. Swing and a line drive into center field for a base hit. Fill up this ballpark with base hits. And down to second goes Randy Arozarena. Gino with a single. And the Mariners come right back against Shane Bieber here in the top half of the second.
Now, so far, they are not letting Bieber get away with mistakes. Another hanging slider, middle, just put on a platter. And Bieber should be fortunate that turned out to be nothing more than a single.
So the Mariners with back-to-back base hits for Randy Arozarena and Eugenio Suarez. Here's J.P. Crawford. He is 7 for 14 against Bieber. He's hit him very well. Close to third base, Clement. Here's the stretch and the pitch on the way. And a bunt attempt on the third base side, picked up by the pitcher Bieber. He's got it, throws to first in time to get JP. The sacrifice bunt will get 2 runners into scoring position. Good job by J.P. Crawford. Randy will get to third. Gino in at second base, and now the Mariners have 2 on in scoring position with 1 away. Nice bunt by J.P. Crawford. And here's Leo Rivas. A base hit here gives you 2. Leo in last night's game 1 for 3 as he pounded a pitch off the wall in right field his first time up. Almost got out of here to right. Here's the stretch and the pitch to Leo. Check swing, a strike. And the count is 0-1. So the Mariners keeping the pressure on Bieber. Bieber, 30 years of age, coming back from the Tommy John surgery. Hasn't pitched that much the last few years. 7 games for the Blue Jays this year after working down to the minors. Here's the next offer. Swing and a foul back by Leo, and the count is now 0-2. He made his Toronto debut on August the 22nd. That was a 5-1 win over the Miami Marlins. He went 6 innings. Coming off the 60-day IL. Had some great seasons in Cleveland, including the Cy Young Award back in 2020 in that shortened COVID year. And now time is called as Leo steps away from home plate. He was also the Triple Crown winner for a pitcher. He led the league in wins with 8, the best ERA and the most strikeouts in 2020. Randy will lead at third. Eugenio on at second. Here's the stretch and the 0-2 to Leo. Swing and a miss for strike 3. And the Mariners have 2 down here in the top half of the second. That'll leave it up to Victor Robles. So for Shane Bieber, his second strikeout. 2 on and 2 away. And here's Victor. He's been out of the lineup the last 3 games.
And he is looking for a clutch base hit right here. Mariners trying to take advantage of every opportunity they can, and this is a huge opportunity right here. Game tied 1-1. Robles, right-handed hitter. Here's the pitch on the way to Vic, swinging a bouncing ball right back to the mound. A one-hopper taken by Bieber. The throw to first, and it's in time to get Robles, and that's going to retire the side. The Mariners cannot cash in. No runs, 2 hits, 2 stranded in scoring position. We go to the bottom half of the second. Mechanics Bank score. The Mariners won, and the Blue Jays won.
T-Mobile is more than the best network in the game. They're now the best network in America, according to the experts at Ookla Speed Test. So MLB fans are connected from home to home plate. With the most advanced 5G, the most towers, and a signal that goes farther than ever, you can keep up with your teams on the road, overseas, and even off the grid. For baseball fans, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H2025 compatible device and plan required for T-Satellite. See details at T-Mobile.com.
The playoffs are here, and so are the payoffs at Legends Casino Hotel. October is the perfect time for a fall road trip over the mountains to the beautiful Yakima Valley. Enjoy wine tasting, a wide-open golf course, and farm-to-table food with a home base at Legends Casino Hotel. Spacious, quiet, comfortable rooms, the brand-new Sage Spa, and live entertainment await. Make the beautiful drive over to Legends Casino Hotel. Pass the time while listening to the game. Legends Casino Hotel, within winning distance.
Make the play of the day right at the pump. When you stop at Arco, you're getting quality top-tier gas for less. And that's one for the highlight reel. Take the win at Arco. Savings based on independent retail price survey. October baseball is back in Seattle, and the official airline partner of the Mariners is inviting you to go further with Atmos Rewards, a loyalty program by Alaska and Hawaiian Airlines. Atmos Rewards is the #1 airline rewards program, offering you more ways to earn and redeem points on over 1,000 global destinations. Seize the moment, Mariner fans. Sign up today at atmosrewards.com. That's ATMOS rewards.com.
Game 7 of the ALCS on the Seattle Sports app.
Well, our Mechanics Bank score, it's the Mariners 1, the Blue Jays 1 as we go to the bottom half of the second. Game 7 of the American League Championship Series. Winner will take on the Dodgers in the World Series. Say, friends, come on board in 2026 with a Mariners season ticket membership. You have 2 great options. Reserve plans let you lock in the best locations in the ballpark from day 1, or go with the Flex plan and choose your games and seats as you go. Become a member today at mariners.com/26. Right fielder Addison Barger will lead things off for the Blue Jays. And, man, he's had a heck of a series. 2 for 3 last night with a home run and 3 runs batted in. Young man who was born in Bellevue. At the age of 5, the family moved to Tampa, but each summer, I was talking with Addison before the ball game, introduced myself, and he said, yeah, every summer they would go back home to Everett and spend the summers in Seattle. He watched a lot of Mariners games. I said, who was your favorite Mariner? He said, Ichiro. It's always a popular choice. George Kirby ready, the windup and the pitch to Barger, and it's going to be down low for ball 1. I said, I'll get you an Ichiro autograph. He said, Rick, I've already got one. I said, really? When he was 9 years old, his family went to Peoria, Arizona for spring training. Met up with Ichiro. Here's the pitch on the way. A strike on Barger, and the count is even, a 1-1 strike. And he said, when I was just a kid, Ichiro signed a ball for me. Still has it, of course. So he's got a nice memento from his favorite Mariner, Ichiro Suzuki. Here's the windup and the pitch to Barger, swinging a ground ball up the first base line and just foul. Barger ripped it foul. This kid can flat out hit. And what a story for Barger. Starts the year as the starting shortstop at AAA Buffalo. Bo Bichette was at short. He is on the IL and won't be able to play in the postseason. And Barger comes up, plays a little at third. And they got him out in right field. He's got a tremendous arm. And he ended up hitting .243 during the regular season with 21 home runs. Third on the ball club and 74 runs batted in despite starting the year down in the minors. Here's the windup and the 1-2 on the way to Barger. It's going to be a little low and outside for ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. I said, how did you get that arm? He said, my dad as a kid had me play a lot of long toss. He said I was playing on the big field at the age of 8. Here's the windup next off from the way, swinging a ground ball, two-hopper right to JP at short, near the bag, fires the first low, but it's picked in time by Naylor, in time to get Barger for the out, and there's one away. And JP knows about the speed of Barger hustling up that line, and there's one down. But he said he would play long toss at the age of 8 and throughout Little League, and he came up with, well, right now, one of the best arms in the American League. Here's second baseman Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. The look in by Kirby. Needs a quick inning. Pitch on the way, and it's ball one. He also told me he's getting ready to be a dad for the third time. He's 25 years of age. He's got a 4-year-old, a 1.5-year-old, and his wife is due any second. I said, what are you doing here? You need to go home. Here's the pitch on the way, swinging a ground ball, making a line drive, and it's caught by Naylor way off the line at first. Looked like it was going to sneak onto the dirt portion of the infield, but Naylor was able to reach out and go get it. He makes the catch, and there's 2 outs in the inning. Turns out to be a line drive. The ball caught by Naylor, and there's 2 outs for the Blue Jays here in the bottom half of the second. And Addison said his wife has it covered. Here's Andres Jimenez swinging ground ball to the left side of the infield. Way to his right, JP to backhand it. Off balance throw to first, and it pulls Naylor off the bag. And safe at first base is Jimenez with an infield base hit.
You got the ground ball you wanted, but not to the right spot. Just a little bit wide of JP, who was closer to the bag at second, and now there's a man on for the top of the order.
And that'll bring up George Springer. And once again, Josh Naylor with a nice pick over there at first base. Had to go reach and get that ball. So 1 on, 2 outs. 1-1 tie. And here's Springer, who walked and scored the Blue Jays run in the bottom of the first inning. The stretch by Kirby, pitch on the way to Springer, and it's going to be up and in for ball 1. On deck, left fielder Nathan Lucas. Outfield almost straight away. Julio a little bit toward right center field, a few steps. Jimenez will lead at first. Here's the pitch on the way, and it's up and in again on Springer for ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. This is what George did when Springer led off the first inning. Pitched him inside, then went away, and Springer was able to take some tough pitches, didn't chase, ended up walking. Second baseman Rivas way to his right toward the bag. Here's the stretch and the pitch to Springer, swinging a ground ball to third. Second hop taken by Gino, toss across in time to get Springer, and that's going to retire the side. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left on. We go to the top of the third. Game 7 here in Toronto of the ALCS. Mechanics Bank score. It's the Mariners 1 and the Blue Jays 1.
Boss won't let you have the day off for the Mariners playoff game? We have your solution.
Jorge Polanco, Mr. October.
Hear every Mariners game live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Remodel, restore, remember core.
Hey mates, Ryan Roland Smith here. You know, home renovation can be a nightmare. Sketchy work, price gouging, even job abandonment. That's why I hired Core Contractors to manage my entire home construction project, from screws to nuts. Every supplier, subcontractor, every hammer and nail is negotiated and managed by Core Contractors, the center of remodeling and restoration.
This time of year, it's all or nothing, and Toyota's got all you need during Toyota Truck Month. Now through November 3rd, get 1.75 APR financing on a powerful new 25 Tundra. Excludes TRD Pro. Or lease a 25 Tundra SR5 Crew Max for $479 a month for 36 months with $40.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Ready to skip the crowds on your next vacation? Discover Uncruise Adventures, award-winning all-inclusive small ship journeys with just 22 to 86 guests. Explore Alaska, Hawaii, Mexico, and Costa Rica with unforgettable wildlife, remote shores, curated excursions, and farm-to-table dining. Ditch the big ship. Choose a truly personal experience. Unrushed, unbelievable, Uncruise. Visit uncruise.com or call 888-862-8881. Baseball fans, ask for for your exclusive playoff savings.
It's Game 7 of the ALCS on the Seattle Sports app.
You're back with us inside the Western Washington Toyota radio booth. It's the Mariners, it's the Blue Jays. Game 7 of the American League Championship Series. We're all tied, 1 apiece as we go to the third. While we have a moment, let's pause for station identification on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Game 7 of the ALCS.
Hey, Eugenio Suarez, Grand Salami!
AM 770, KTTH Seattle, K233DT Eastlake, and 33BU Seattle.
Top of the order, do it for the Mariners here. Julio, who doubled in his first at bat, came around to score on a base hit by Josh Naylor. Mariners with 4 hits already. They threatened in the second, 2 singles to start the inning after a sac bunt, a strikeout, and then a ground out to Bieber. So you see what the Mariners can do here. 1-1 the score, third inning. Here's Julio. He really smoked that double down the line his first time. Bieber into the wind. Here comes the pitch. Swung on, chopped away. That was a fastball on the inner corner at 93. Mariners done a much better job this time around against Bieber. Not chasing out of the zone. Julio hobbling a bit after he fouled that ball off his leg. Trying to stretch it out as he has a word with the home plate umpire, a smile on his face. Ooh. It looked like it got him just above the guard, of course.
Right
on
below
his shin.
Yeah, right below his left knee.
Dan Wilson out.
Yeah.
That guard goes pretty high up his shin, but that ball is just a couple inches further up above that. Looks like Julio just needs a minute. Dan with some very encouraging words, no doubt. Like,
put some dirt on it.
You're going to stay in this game.
You're not going anywhere.
Julio, you really have no choice here.
But I will stand here and allow you to rest for about 20 more seconds.
I don't care if you have a big boo-boo.
And then go ahead.
You're staying in there.
So here we go. Julio back in the box. Here's the 0-1. Swung on and missed. Good pitch on the inside corner. A changeup. So no balls, 2 strikes on Julio. Bieber, a couple of strikeouts so far. 1-1 the score, third inning. Winner goes to the World Series. Bieber into the motion, he deals. A half cut, did he go around? He did not. Julio checked his swing, a slider off the plate. That's the pitch that was so effective the first time around against the Mariners. This time Julio lays off barely.
I think that was the right call, but it was close.
The 1-2 to Julio. Here it is. Down low. Tried again with the slider. This time Julio did not offer. So count even. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Third inning. Tied score. Mariners Blue Jays. The veteran Bieber into the motion. Here comes his pitch. Swung on a chopper third base on the line. It's gloved by Clement. Fires across, but it's a foul ball. Mariners will take that because Julio would have been out. So Julio, new life here as he slowly strolls back.
Yeah, that left leg is still a problem. He's still sore, taking his time.
That pitch was down the middle.
I think in a situation like this, too, when you're a guy like Julio and you know you have a chance to beat everything out, and so you run so hard, I think you take as ginger of a stroll as you can back to the box and kind of lower that heartbeat a little bit. That coupled with fouling a ball off your shin.
For sure. Knowing that you could be doing it right now again.
That's right.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Into the wind. Here's the pitch. Swung on. Chopped this time foul. Good battle here by Julio. He stays alive. That was a perfect pitch. Bottom corner, a curveball that he fights off. Good job by Julio. Mariners have had the leadoff man aboard in the first 2 innings. Bieber winds, deals. Swung on, that is crushed. Left center field. This has got a chance. It is going to go. Julio! Solo home run, and the Mariners have the lead. A game Game 7 blast by Julio. It is 2-1 Mariners in the third. You gotta love that. Julio gives the Mariners the lead with an emphatic Game 7 home run.
And he does this on a sore left leg. It was really bothering him, but he gets this pitch up, and he hit it way out, 423 feet from home plate. What a shot by Julio. Second home run against Bieber in his second time he's faced him.
And here comes Cal. Here comes the pitch. Swung on a chopper to the first base side, picked up by Guerrero on a couple hops. Underhand toss to Bieber, covering. Stomps on the bag. That's the out. So there's one away.
Well, there's no doubt. Bieber has not been as sharp so far tonight as he was back earlier in this series in Game 3. Although that was a slider that was a touch off the plate, it was left up, and that's what allowed Julio to get to it.
Here's Naylor. The boos increasing on Naylor as this series goes for some reason. Having an excellent series. Picked up an RBI base hit last time. Here comes the pitch. Swung on. That is blasted right field. Barger racing over. He's right there to make the catch. He hit it hard. The Mariners hitting the ball hard tonight. But Barger right there to make the play. That was 100 off the bat. That brings up Polanco. 2-1 Mariners, third inning. No action out of the Blue Jays pen yet. You know, this is a night that both teams will be very aggressive. Here comes the pitch to Polanco. And that's down low. Polanco hit into a double play, the controversial double play where Naylor, the base runner first, jumped in the air on the throw to first base. He spun around and took the ball in the back of the helmet. Here's the pitch. Down low. Brings up Chalk. A changeup, 2 balls, no strikes. Julio has homered. Mariners lead 2-1. Here's the pitch. Strike. Rushes the bottom of the strike zone. He's throwing a lot of changeups to Polanco. He did the first time around, and now 2 changeups here. The pitch. Swung on, chopped foul, first base side. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 1 in. Crowd gets behind Bieber. A longtime Guardian. Into the motion, he deals. Too high. Another changeup. Full count now, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Swung on, chopped foul. That's hopping into the Mariners dugout. So we'll do it again. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Polanco taps the plate a couple of times, gripping the bat, white batting gloves. Mariners wearing their navy tops tonight. Great pants. Bieber chomping on some bubble gum. Here comes the pitch. Swung on, line drive up the middle. It's through, a base hit. Jorge Polanco strikes. The Mariners now their 6th hit of the night already. So a 2-out single, and that brings up Randy Arozarena.
Man, is this great to see. The Mariners not allowing Bieber to settle in like he did his last start against the Mariners in Seattle. Keeping the pressure on him.
So Arozarena, who singled last time, a career high 27 home runs in the regular season. Here's the pitch to Randy. Swung on and missed. Well, that's what he was thinking right there. It was a fastball, upper rung. So he pitched number 50 for Bieber. No movement in the Blue Jays pen yet. Polanco steps off his lead. The 0-1. Too high. In fact, that was almost over Kirk. Count even, 1 ball, 1 strike. Randy, gold batting gloves matching his gold shoes. Bieber turns around, looks at Polanco. Small lead at first. Here's the pitch. That's in there. You had Randy buckling. There's a good slider top of the zone. So Randy in a tough spot. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That home run to Julio. Moment of the game brought to you by Key Bank. Key Bank opens doors. Here comes the 1-2 to Randy. That's away. Did not chase the slider. Count even. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Mariners on top, 2-1, 3rd inning. Bieber from the stretch. The 2-2. Swung on and missed. He went waving at that one. Slider in the dirt. That's it for Arozarena and the Mariners. But Julio, a big home run for the Mariners here in the 3rd. It's 2-1. We go to the bottom of the 3rd on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
2026 Mariners season ticket memberships are on sale now. There's no better way to catch Cal, Julio, and the crew at T-Mobile Park with year-round savings, no ticket fees, access to exclusive pre-sales and events, and more. And you've got 2 great options. Reserved memberships let you lock in the best locations in the ballpark so you can make your favorite spot home all summer long, whether you want to catch 20 games or the whole season.
Oh, he makes the catch. What a snag by Julio Rodriguez.
Or go with a Flex membership, which gives you the freedom to choose your seats, games, and number of tickets as you go. Terrace Club, bleachers, right behind the dugout, divvy it up however you want. This season's been a whole lot of fun, and you won't want to miss out in 2026. Come on board today at mariners.com/26.
The Mariners, their 3rd consecutive shutout win.
Mariners baseball. Seize the moment.
A bicentennial isn't measured in years alone, but in progress. And KeyBank has been there to celebrate yours, building homes, businesses, and communities together, bringing new opportunities to generation after generation. For 200 years, KeyBank's been meeting you in the moments that matter most. Here's to 2 centuries of service and counting. KeyBank opens doors. KeyBank member FDIC.
Bigger, better, and clearly the best in the Northwest. Experience the best games, the best food, and the best rooms and suites at Muckleshoot Casino Resort. It's a home run.
Muckleshoot. ALCS Game 7 on the Seattle Sports app.
So happy you're with us tonight. Biggest game in Mariners history as they try and punch their ticket to the World Series. On top, 2-1. You're with us inside the Western Washington Toyota Radio booth. Julio having a monster night so far. Doubled and scored in the 1st, homered in the 3rd. This is a big bottom of the 3rd right here for George Kirby. Lucas Guerrero Kirk. This is enormous. We know this, the Mariners bullpen is full, all hands on deck. We expect everyone outside of Logan Gilbert to be available. We know Wu is out there. We know Miller is out there. We know Castillo is out there.
If he can clear this 3rd inning relatively quickly, you feel really good about him getting 4 innings in the books here tonight.
Yeah. But this part of the order has not been easy. So Lucas stands in. He flew out to left his first time. Vlad on deck. Here comes the pitch from George. He sends it just a bit high and away, 96. So his initial velo to start this game really was around 98 on most fastballs. That one 96. George nods his head, goes into the motion, deals. That's at his feet, 97. Dances out of the way, so he's fallen behind. 2 balls, no strikes. You clearly do not want to face Vlad with anybody aboard. Guerrero has just been a monster in the postseason. Kirby into the motion, his pitch. That's a strike. Launches it all the way in at 97, top of the zone. Kirby, Navy half sleeves under his Navy uniform top. Into the wind, his pitch. Swung on and missed, challenged him. Good fastball in 97, right by him. So the count even, 2 balls, 2 strikes. He's looking for a punch out right here. Kirby into the motion. His pitch. Swung on, fouled away. Tried a slider, caught a lot of the plate. Lucas, left-handed hitter, has been such a big key to the balance of the Blue Jays lineup. Kirby's 2-2. Swung on, fouled back to the netting. He went upper rail 97. Good pitch. It was up out of the zone.
So many fastballs up to Lucas, with very few exception to that. Even the slider was up.
Mariners leading 2-1. 3rd inning. He winds, steals. Swung on and missed. Got him. A great slider. Lucas swings through, and George Kirby has his second punch out and a big out number 1 here in the 3rd. And that brings up Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Kirby had him 0-2 last time and just left one over the plate that was hit hard for a single.
I was really surprised he threw him 3 straight fastballs and didn't try to get him to chase off the plate with 2 strikes.
Here comes his first pitch. Swung on, lifted, short right field, long run. Robles coming in. Rivas is out. Rivas is there to make the catch. 2 away.
A good executed pitch there. Fastball up and in.
It feels like at this point you should get a trophy every time you get Vladimir Guerrero Jr. out.
I agree, Gary. Great hustle by Leo Rivas, because with a big swing like that, outfielder has to freeze a little bit, and Robles, there was no way he was going to get to it, and Leo was able to out there in shallow right field. Nice play by Leo.
Kirk batting. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. He went chasing a slider out of the zone. But there have not been many 1-2-3 innings against the Blue Jays in recent games, and Kirby has a chance for one right here. Mariners leading 2-1. Julio homer at the top of this inning. Kirk back in the box. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. 98 miles per hour. He got Kirk to strike out in the 1st inning. He's in the driver's seat. No balls, 2 strikes. Kirby, the flutter of the glove, into the motion, the pitch. That's way wide. Tried to get some chase on another slider. Kirk declines. He's hard to strike out. Here's the pitch. Swung on, smoked right to J.P. Crawford, goes to a knee, and he puts it away on the fly. A line out to end the 3rd inning. A 1-2-3 inning for George Kirby. We head to the 4th. Mariners leading Game 7. It's 2-1 on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
If you're in the construction industry, you know it can be dangerous. Just like on the baseball field, an injury can ruin your season. The Master Builders Association's GRIP program can help make your job site safer and get you money back on workers' comp payments. Since 2012, GRIP members have earned over $214 million in refunds. GRIP also provides expert safety and claim support with a low cost and high refund. It's the best deal in construction. Get started at mbagrip.com. That's mbagrip.com.
It's the bottom of the 9th and your roof is looking rough. Who do you call? 3 Tree Roofing is ready to knock your roof replacement out of the park. Go to 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free on-site estimate and get $500 off your new roof. Their team comes ready with a custom plan and estimate on that same day. With no curveballs and no high-pressure sales tactics. Visit 3treeroofing.com and swing for the fences. That's 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Build your bets before visiting Bet Rivers Sportsbook at Swinomish Casino and Lodge to place your wager and catch the action faster. Assemble singles, parlays, same-game parlays, and more with the Sportsbook in the palm of your hand. Visit the link on our website and see a Sportsbook writer to place the bet when you arrive. Enjoy the thrill of live betting. Whether you're a seasoned bettor or a newcomer, Bet Rivers Sportsbook has everything you need for an exciting and rewarding experience.
Live play-by-play coverage of the American League Championship Series is presented by T-Mobile, Virginia Mason Franciscan Health, and the Seattle Sports app.
Tonight it is Game 7 of the American League Championship Series. The Mariners and the Blue Jays, and this premium matchup is powered by Atmos Rewards, a loyalty program by Alaska Airlines and Hawaiian Airlines. Seize the moment and join today. AtmosRewards.com. Well, the Mariners are leading 2-1 beginning the top of the 4th inning. Both bullpens are quiet. Both starters are in the game. The Mariners have really knocked Bieber around a little bit. 2 runs on 6 hits, and Julio has stolen the show so far. A double and a home run. He has scored both runs for the Mariners. It's Gino, Crawford, and Rivas due up here in the 4th inning. 53 pitches for Bieber. It looks like the bullpen is just beginning to get up. Louis Varland is about to take the bullpen mound.
He pitches every day,
Yes,
so you know he would end up in this game at some point.
Well, Louis, you know the drill. Mariners have done a nice job not chasing too far out of the zone against Bieber. Here comes the pitch to Gino. Takes inside. Ball 1. Bieber not an overpowering fastball, 92, 93, but he can spin it, and he can really locate as well. Both the slider and the curve, the pitch. Inside again. And Gino gets ahead, 2 balls and no strikes. 3rd start of the postseason for Bieber, his 2nd against the Mariners. He fires. Swing and a miss. Chasing a curveball just beneath the knees. 2 balls and a strike to Suarez, who singled earlier. Here comes the 2-1. Cut out and missed. Bieber right back in the count, 2-2. After a couple of fastballs to open up the bat, back-to-back breaking balls from Bieber. Varland now officially throwing inside the Blue Jays bullpen. Bieber approaching 60 pitches. He's also 3 batters away from the top of the order. 2-2. Swing and a miss. He chases a slider off the plate. I haven't seen a whole lot of that tonight by Mariners hitters, but Gino gets fooled on that one. That's the 4th strikeout by Bieber, and the last 3 have come on the slider. Leadoff man sat down. Here is J.P. Crawford. First time so far tonight that Bieber has retired the leadoff man. The pitch. It's outside. A fastball to 93 misses. Ball 1. Mariners 2, Blue Jays 1. Top of the 4th, 1 out, bases empty. On a 1-0. That is a strike. Middle away. 1 ball and 1 strike to the Mariners shortstop. Nobody on, 1 out. Bieber nods. Deals. Well, that could have been a strike. That was a fastball at the knees, and instead of going to 1-2, Crawford catches a break. It's 2 balls and a strike. That could have gone either way. Next pitch to Crawford. Swing and a miss. Breaking ball down, 2-2. Now the Mariners' bottom of the order has not had a whole lot of production in this series. Stark contrast to what the Blue Jays' bottom has done. They have been fantastic by and large. The 2-2. Swing and he fouls it back. Breaking ball that was over the plate. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes still. JP 2 for 18 in the series. Now sack bunt his last time up. He calls time and steps out. Mariners would love to have somebody on for the top of the order. It might not be Bieber facing the top of the order. Very well could be Varland. That's how it's looking right now if it gets that far. Crawford, the number 7 hitter at the plate. He's ready for this 2-2. It's low. Good take by JP. We've seen a lot of 3-ball counts from Bieber. Next pitch will be the 65th from the former Cy Young Award winner. Rivas on deck. 1 out, base is empty. The pitch. Swinging a shot down the left field line. It is towards the corner. It's a fair ball. Crawford rounds first, holds onto his helmet, and he throttles down with a stand-up double. J.P. Crawford doubles into the corner at left field. The table is set with 1 out of the 4th inning. Good piece of hitting by J.P. And that was a fastball middle away, and J.P. just went with it. Here is Rivas. JP in scoring position. Mariners by a run, trying to add on to the 4th. Bieber fires.
That misses outside for ball one.
Feels like they could chase Bieber right here.
Well, if this gets to the top, you have to figure there's no way Bieber's facing Julio for a third time after Julio's doubled and homered off of him. I agree. Bieber a look at second. The 1-0. A strike. Caught a lot of the plate. Taken 1 ball and 1 strike. Rivas struck out on a slider his last time up. Robles on deck, then it would be Julio. Trying to find a way to chase Bieber in the fourth. The 1-1. Cut on and missed. But to do that, Rivas or Robles will have to reach, you'd have to figure. Now, Bieber put him away with a slider his last at bat. He now has 2 strikes on Rivas here. He's thrown him 2 changeups and a curve. He's not thrown him a heater yet. Crawford at second, 1 away. Top of the fourth. Bieber's 1-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. It was the slider again. 2 down. 5th strikeout for Bieber. Here comes Victor Robles. He grounded back to the pitcher in the 2nd inning. Mariners 2, Blue Jays 1. Mariners try not to waste a J.P. Crawford 1-out double. He's in scoring position for Victor Robles. The pitch to Robles. He swings and misses. Well located slider, perfectly placed down and away. It's 0-1. Mariners have put pressure on Bieber all night long. The right-hander deals. Good take outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Julio looming on deck for Shane Bieber. Louis Varland warming. Feel like this would be the last batter one way or the other for Bieber. 1-1. Low and outside. Good take on another slider. Does not chase. 2 balls and a strike to Robles. Getting the start tonight. Batting 9th in right field. Canzone beginning the game on the bench. Robles deep in the box from the right side. Crawford at second base, ready to run. Mariners trying to add onto their lead. The set. Here's a spin and a throw to second base. JP not far off the bag. He gets in there standing. Mariners 2 runs on 7 hits. The Blue Jays 1 run on 3 hits. Huge run out there at second base right now with 2 outs in the 4th. Bieber sets the 2-1. It is called a ball. Borderline pitch, very bottom of the strike zone. It's another 3-ball count from Bieber. What a take by Robles. 3-1. Julio on deck. Crawford at second. Mariners by a run in the 4th inning. The set and the pitch. It's high for ball 4. Robles drives a 2-out walk. The lineup card turns over, and here comes Julio. And here comes John Schneider. Mariners are able to chase Bieber in the 4th inning. Now the Mariners will have Julio facing Louis Varland with 2 outs and 2 on in the 4th. Schneider climbs the mound. And he takes the ball. Bieber is done after 3 2/3. He exits on the downside of this one so far, responsible for Crawford at second and Robles at first. We've got a pitching change. Pivotal point here coming up. Top of the 4th inning. 2 outs and 2 on. Julio about to hit. Mariners leading 2-1 on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Whatever temperatures this winter brings, your friendly and knowledgeable Bryant dealer is ready to help. Your dealer is committed to achieving a high level of training and skills backed by outstanding products from one of the industry's most trusted names, Bryant. Whether you need a quick fix or an entirely new heating system, your local Bryant dealer will do whatever it takes for your family's comfort.
Schedule an appointment today. Visit BryantNorthwest.com for a dealer near you. Bryant, whatever it takes.
A bicentennial isn't measured in years alone, but in progress. And KeyBank has been there to celebrate yours, building homes, businesses, and communities together, bringing new opportunities to generation after generation, For 200 years, KeyBank's been meeting you in the moments that matter most. Here's to 2 centuries of service and counting. KeyBank opens doors. KeyBank, member FDIC.
At Care Partners Senior Living, we believe in providing quality care at an affordable price. Instead of spending on luxury and expensive art, we invest in our people and accommodations with a focus on compassionate overall health. Our communities offer independent, assisted living and memory care designed to preserve dignity, independence in your estate. Affordable, personal, trusted. That's our promise. Please give us a call. We have beautiful Care Partners communities throughout Washington and Arizona. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
2026 Mariners season ticket memberships are on sale now. Choose a reserved or flex plan to unlock great benefits like year-round savings, no ticket fees, priority pre-sales, and more. Come on board today at mariners.com/26.
Well, the Mariners have runners at first and second, 2 outs, top of the 4th inning, lead the Blue Jays by a score of 2-1. Louis Varland now on in relief, hard-throwing right-hander, 0-1 with a 2.79 ERA. During the postseason, he has now appeared in 9 and make it 10 games, and he faces Julio Rodriguez.
It's your daily Louis Varland appearance. For the last 5 days, he has pitched. Julio, a chance to open this one up. Mariners leading 2-1. First and second for the M's with 2 outs. The pitch to Julio. He swings and misses a 90-mile-an-hour curveball down and away for strike 1.
They certainly have had a good look at him. This is the 6th game he's pitched in this series.
All but 1. Did not pitch in game 3. He sets. The 0-1 to Julio. Down and away. Takes another breaking ball. Same pitch, same location. This time Julio holds back. Julio has doubled and homered. Crawford at second. Robles good speed at first. Varland sets at the chest. Now deals. Swinging a ground ball, rolled over third base. Clement Breadbasket has it, sets, fires over to first base in time for the out. Julio grounds out 5-3. The Mariners strand 2, and Varland gets the Blue Jays out of a jam. To the bottom of the 4th. Mariners do have the lead, however. It's 2-1 M's on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Saturday night, October 25th. Experience the thrill and excitement of high-energy mixed martial arts. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this amazing professional mixed martial arts event, the World Fighting Championships, October 25th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
At Fred Meyer, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix, guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with low prices in every aisle. And you never compromise your appetite with our golden brown bread that's baked fresh in store. And you never compromise your wallet with our low prices. Fred Meyer shoppers never compromise. Fred Meyer. Fresh for everyone.
Tired of uneven heating, noisy systems, and high energy bills? The Quilt Ductless Heat Pump from Home Comfort Alliance gives you room-by-room control and serious savings with every system, and every system qualifies for max tax credits. Call the Comfort People at HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Hey, baseball fans. Want to stay ahead of the curve? Well, become a Mariners insider. Text Mariners to 24247. That's 24247 to receive text messages including breaking news, pre-sale offers, ticket specials, player messages, and more. Message and data rates may apply. Or if you prefer email, visit mariners.com/insider and sign up to get all the latest info delivered free to your inbox, wherever you are. Mariners Baseball. Seize the moment.
It's Game 7 of the ALCS on the Seattle Sports app.
Mariners fans, this postseason moment brought to you by KeyBank. KeyBank opens doors. George Kirby's pitched very well so far through 3 innings. Just the 1 run, the Varsho RBI single in the first. That being said, the bullpen is up for the Mariners. Gabe Speier is getting loose. It's Varsho, lefty, followed by the righty bat Clement. And then the lefty bat Addison Barger, who homered last night. So you have to wonder if there is traffic on when it gets to Barger, the third batter this inning, if Dan Wilson would go to Speier at that point. You figure the Mariners still have Wu and Miller. Wu, maybe a couple of innings he can work. Miller one possibly. Both going on 2 days rest, so you do have some length in back of Kirby if you have to go to the bullpen. Not exactly a traditional bullpen tonight for the Mariners. They lead it 2-1. Bottom of the fourth inning. Varsho inside the box. Kirby into the motion, the pitch. And that's a strike. 0-1 on Varsho. Varsho 20 home runs in the regular season. RBI single to tie it up in the first inning. Here comes the 0-1. That misses just a touch inside, up and in at 96. Not quite the 98 we saw in the first couple of innings, but still good velocity from Kirby. He winds, fires. Swing and a miss. 96 on the top rail. Kirby tonight making his third career start in an elimination game. He went 7 scoreless in Game 3 of the divisional series against the Astros back in 22, and then went 5 innings in Game 5 of the divisional series this year against the Tigers. Allowed just 1 run. Kirby on a 1-2. That is a little bit high. There's a 98, but it misses. Good take by Varsho. Seems like he's trying to go upstairs a little more often to the lefty batters like Varsho. More two-seamers into the righties. On a 2-2 pitch. Swinging a grounder, foul over by first base. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mariners leading after a leadoff double by Julio to begin the ball game, driven in by Naylor's single 2 batters later, and then Julio's leadoff home run in the third. 2-1 Mariners. Just beginning the bottom of the fourth inning. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. He tied him up. 97-mile-an-hour gas that time from Kirby. Up and into Varsho. Sit down. There is out number 1.
George has done a great job of establishing his fastball the entire game, and I'm going to throw it inside. I'm going to tie you up with my heat. 98-97. So 3 strikeouts for George. Throwing a great fastball tonight.
Pitch to Clement. That is in the dirt and gets to the backstop, ball 1. Well, we saw from the very first pitch of the ball game when he threw 98 up and into Springer. Mariners 2, Blue Jays 1. Bottom of the fourth inning. The 1-0. It's outside. Well, you've got Barger on deck. He homered last night. He's homered twice in this series. Spire is warming. Looks like he's ready to go if somebody reaches here, and that somebody would be Clement. Kirby behind. The 2-0. That's a strike at 97. One of the hardest things it must be for a manager in a game like this is when to pivot away from your starter if he is pitching well and the game is as close as it is right now. Mariners by a run. The 2-1. That is very close to a strike. 98 just outside, 3-1. That is a rare 3-ball count tonight from George. Clement having a good series. Contact hitter. The 3-1 pitch. Swing and it's popped up. Rivas in short right field. The Mariners' second baseman with that bright red glove on his left hand reaches up and he makes the catch, and a dangerous hitter is retired. And there is out number 2.
And Kirby now, you look up, he's retired 6 in a row. That's just not something you've been able to say about Mariners starters in this series. This has been a nice stretch for George.
Miller was so good in game 1, that 6-inning performance, but the last 5 games, 18 earned, 17 1/3 innings pitched by the rotation. Pitch to Barger. That is a strike at the very top rail at 98, up and in for strike 1. And more high fastballs to lefties from Kirby. That's been a pretty clear game plan. Kirby delivers. Barger takes 98 inside. That's a good take. 1 ball and 1 strike. Barger, naturally a right-handed hitter, became a lefty because of Ichiro. Thanks a lot, Ichiro. Here comes the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Back foot slider. 1 ball and 2 strikes. When Barger was a kid for about 8 years, he was a switch hitter after learning to bat left-handed because of Ichiro, and then finally gave up his natural side. So he has fully converted to the left-handed batter's box. Kirby in the driver's seat here. 2 outs, the 1-2. And it's inside at 98.
How many guys have done that?
I mean, I've never heard
the only one.
I've never heard of somebody else doing anything quite like that.
Why abandon the other side when you got a chance to bat from both sides of the plate?
Mariners by a run. 2 outs, nobody aboard. Bottom of the 4th inning for the Blue Jays. Kirby's 2-2. Swinging a line drive. It's past Rivas at second base on one quick skip, and it finds right field. Barger, a 2-out single. He's hit the ball hard a couple of times now against Kirby. It's the first time he's found a base hit out of it. That was 109 off the bat. Here comes the righty batting Kiner Falefa. You have the lefty Jimenez on deck. Number 9 man. Spire up in the bullpen. Got to take care of Kiner Falefa here. Right out of right. Kirby's pitch. Swinging a line drive up the middle on the ground now. It's fielded there by Rivas, who takes it, steps on second base. They get the force on Barger, and that retires the side. George Kirby, 1 run over 4 very strong innings tonight in Game 7 of the American League Championship Series. We go to the 5th. Mariners have the lead. It's 2-1 Seattle on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Baseball fans, while the team's chasing October glory, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are keeping your ride playoff ready. With championship service, no appointment needed. Check out their websites for weekly and monthly service specials. Like right now, buy 3 tires and get the 4th one for just $1. So before your next trip to the ballpark or watch party, swing by for home run service at Toyota of Kirkland and Renton. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com.
Hey Ems fans, Rick Witters, owner of Cressy Door. Cressy Door has been servicing homes and commercial buildings since 1952. If you need garage doors for your home or building, make sure to call Cressy Door.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. It's Mike Salkir. You can book now for an unforgettable experience. Let's talk about Hawks Peak. It is the place to be for game days this football season. With over 66 TVs, indoor-outdoor concept, the deck is covered and it's heated as well. And the food, oh man, it was excellent. All with breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. Yep, you can go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Around here, it's all or nothing. That's why Toyota has more all-wheel drive choices. Now through November 3rd, get 4.75 APR financing on new 25 Corolla gas models. Excludes GR and Corolla Cross. Or lease a 25 Corolla LE gas for $199 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
ALCS Game 7 on the Seattle Sports app.
Good stuff so far tonight from George Kirby. It's on to the 5th inning. The Mariners are leading 2-1. Game 7 of the ALCS as we broadcast from the Western Washington Toyota radio booth. Varland is back out there. He has to face at least 2 more batters. That's Cal Raleigh and Josh Naylor. Polanco would bat next. Sir Anthony Dominguez is warming up, hard-throwing righty inside of the Blue Jays bullpen. Figure they've got some wrinkles out there as well. Kevin Gossman is available out of the Blue Jays bullpen on short rest. Chris Bassett as well.
If it gets there, Polanco homered off of Varland in Game 2 of this series.
He would be the 3rd batter. He would not have to face Polanco. Cal leads things off.
Both bullpens getting active. Both bullpens will probably be active the rest of the way.
Cal batting lefty against the righty Varland. Here comes the pitch. He swings and misses. Changeup at 94. Man, Varland, everything is just power. Fastball nearly triple digits. 94-mile-an-hour changeup. Varland, stocky righty into the motion, the 0-1. Swinging a fly ball, driven deep, right field. Cal Raleigh, he has homered in Game 7. He has stung the Blue Jays yet again. A leadoff home run by Cal Raleigh to begin the 5th inning, and a silent hush over nearly 50,000 inside Rogers Center. It's a 3-1 Mariners lead.
He loves hitting here at Rogers Center. That's about home run number 15 against the Blue Jays and at least number 10 or 11 at Rogers Center. He's got one of the best slugging percentages of anybody in this ballpark.
A 2-run lead for the Mariners. The pitch to Naylor. Swing, and he shoots this deep out towards right center field. Varsho cuts across, and he makes the catch in the gap in right center. Naylor is down number 1.
Well, in a Game 7 situation, you want your stars to be stars. Cal has homered. Julio has homered and doubled. The stars at the top of the order being stars.
You know, it feels like it's been the Mariners pitching so many times in this series, leaving pitches over the plate that the Blue Jays have capitalized on, and tonight it's been the other way around. That was a changeup middle to Cal. 2-run lead for the Mariners, 1 out. Here is Polanco. Here comes the pitch. Swinging, he fouls it at the plate, strike 1. And we mentioned it when Varland came in. He's pitched 4 the last 5 days. 22 pitches his last time, 27 the time before that.
I'm pretty sure Champ, the Mariners bullpen catcher, it's his birthday, by the way, caught the home run from Cal Raleigh.
You think so?
Happy birthday.
0-1 is down and in. That could have been a strike. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, so far his birthday is shaping up to be a lot better than yours the other day, Garrett.
That's fine. That's fine by me.
You will enjoy it with him.
If the Mariners hit him a couple more home runs tonight, that'd be fine by me, too.
3-1 Mariners. The next pitch. Swinging a low skipper. Gobbled up there by Vlad Guerrero at first base. It came right to him. Not an easy one to handle. A hot shot. But it's out number 2 as he runs to the bag himself. 3 unassisted. That brings up Randy. 3-1 Mariners. 2 outs. Top of the 5th. Base is empty. Varland's pitch. Randy checks the swing. Does he go? Yes, he does. 0-1.
Lou is still throwing in the Mariners bullpen.
Well, he knew he'd be part of the game plan tonight. 0-1. Swing and a miss. A pretty awkward looking, poorly timed swing by Randy. To pitch up. 0-2 now. Will we see Wu in the bottom of the 5th? The 0-2. Swinging, he fouls it away over by third base. 98 on the top rail. Due up is 9-1-2. And if anybody reaches, Vlad Jr. would bat. The next pitch. Swinging, it's popped up. Just outside of the infield. Connor Falefa waving everybody off. The Blue Jays second baseman in short right center makes the catch to retire the side. But Cal goes deep. Julio and Cal Raleigh have both homered tonight in Game 7 of the American League Championship Series. And the Mariners now lead it by 2 to the bottom of the 5th inning. It's the Mariners 3 and the Blue Jays 1 on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Baseball fans, it's time to step up to the plate and swing for a grand slam at the biggest and best in the Northwest. Muckleshoot Casino Resort is always a home run with the best games, the best restaurants, the best pool and spa, and the best rooms and luxury suites. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the biggest and best in the Northwest.
Muckleshoot. In the Pacific Northwest, there's one construction equipment rental provider of choice, Star Rentals. The Star Rentals team delivers superior customer service by leading with a culture of care and delivering unmatched follow-through across all 18 Star Rentals locations. Star Rentals is the largest independent construction equipment rental company in the Pacific Northwest, delivering quality care because they care. Learn more at starrentals.com. Star Rentals, the preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
T-Mobile is more than the best network in the game. They're now the best network in America, according to the experts at Ookla Speed Test. So MLB fans are connected from home to home plate. With the most advanced 5G, the most towers, and a signal that goes farther than ever, you can keep up with your teams on the road, overseas, and even off the grid. For baseball fans, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025 compatible device and plan required for T-Satellite. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Whether you need a quick fix or an entirely new heating system, your friendly and knowledgeable Bryant dealer is ready to help.
Schedule an appointment today. Visit BryantNorthwest.com for a dealer near you. Bryant, whatever it takes.
Game 7 of the ALCS on the Seattle Sports app.
Well, the Mariners team store is your one-stop shop for postseason merchandise, caps, t-shirts, hoodies, and more. Visit T-Mobile Park or downtown Seattle at 4th and Stewart to gear up, and be sure to follow the Mariners team store on Instagram and X for all the latest updates. Well, George Kirby is done for the night. He pitched very well, 1 run over 4 innings. And he hands things over to the bullpen, although it doesn't quite feel like the bullpen. Brian Wu is on the pitch for the Mariners. He'll have 9-1-2 in the 5th inning. He's coming off his postseason debut. He pitched in Game 5, that thrilling Game 5 at T-Mobile Park, 1 run over 2 innings. He walked 1, hit a batter. He's working on 2 days rest. How deep can Brian Wu take you in this one? Kirby's giving you 4. Can Wu get you 2? He has Andres Jimenez. Seems like a nice place to break him in here, although it gets pretty serious real quick. Springer's on deck. Wu takes a big deep breath. Here comes his first pitch. And it misses low, not by much. A fastball to 96 for ball 1. Wu, who missed a month because of that pec injury. Jimenez the lefty, the 1-0. And that's a fastball that just barely misses. Cal Raleigh kind of paused his arm on the way back to throw out to the mound, kind of waiting to hear a strike called, but he doesn't. So 2 very close pitches. Both were balls. Wu trying to fire a strike, the 2-0 pitch. Inside. 3 straight heaters have missed. Springer on deck, then Lucas. If anybody reaches, it's Vlad Jr. 1 run over 4 innings for Kirby. Mariners leading 3-1. Wu into the motion, deals. There's a strike. 96 well over the plate. 3-1. Jimenez taking the whole way. Julio has homered. Cal has homered. Julio has also doubled. Mariners leading by 2, beginning the bottom of the 5th inning. The next pitch. Inside, nothing but fastballs. Not a surprise. Jimenez walks on 5 pitches. Tying run comes to the plate with power in Springer. Springer has walked and grounded out. Now this stage tonight, nothing new for George Springer. His 5th career Game 7. Three home runs this postseason have come on the first pitch to Springer. Here it comes. He swings and fouls it away off the right side for strike 1. And it was a fastball that caught a lot of the plate to Springer. Springer having a very good series. A lot of damage. 0-1. Swing and a miss. 97 running away from him. 0-2. Springer 2 homers, 3 doubles against the Mariners in his best of 7 ALCS. Jimenez leads at first, held by Naylor. Mariners leading, bottom of the 5th inning. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He waves at a sweeper off the plate. First wrinkle we've seen so far from Brian Wu, and a timely strikeout to a dangerous hitter. 1 away. There comes the lefty Lucas. Now, Lucas was a good hitter during the regular season. He has been an exceptional hitter in the postseason, batting .350 practically in this series. The pitch. He swings and fouls it back. 97 inside. Strike 1. Very hard to strike out. He does hit a lot of ground balls, however. A chance for a double play if he does that here. Jimenez, the runner at first base. 1 out, 1 on. 3-1 Mariners in the bottom of the 5th. Wu's pitch. And this is high 97, 1 ball and 1 strike. We're broadcasting from the Western Washington Toyota radio booth. Game 7, Mariners and the Blue Jays. Somebody's season will come to an end tonight. And somebody will go on to face the Dodgers. On a 1-1. Swinging a ground ball. Taken there by Crawford. He steps on second. Jump throw under first. The stretch by Naylor. And it's all in time for the double play. Brian Wu gets 2. And he spins a scoreless 5th. The Mariners maintain the lead. And they take it in hand to the 6th inning. It's 3-1 Mariners in Game 7 of the American League Championship Series, leading the Blue Jays on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
For the 4th time in franchise history,
the Mariners are going to play for the American League Championship.
And there's only one place you can hear the American League West champion Mariners in the playoffs. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
O'Brien Auto Group has some of the best new car brands in the Northwest. Those great new vehicles make the best pre-owned vehicles as well. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for the best factory certified vehicles. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for a large selection of the best pre-owned cars and trucks. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. Choose from hundreds of SUVs, trucks, hybrids, EVs, and more. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. One site is all you need. That's OBRIEN Autogroup.com.
O'Brien. Looking for high-quality assisted living that won't drain your life savings? At Care Partners Living, we offer compassionate care at a price that helps stretch and preserve your estate. No unnecessary luxury, just the support you need with dignity and heart. And if you ever need to convert to Medicaid, you don't have to move. With communities across Washington and Arizona, including new locations in Port Orchard, Sumner, Mercer Island, and North Creek Bothell, there's a Care Partners community near you. Care Partners Living, compassionate care and peace of mind. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
Hey, it's John Curley with some great news. If your home's heating or cooling is uneven, noisy, or expensive, listen up. The Quilt Ductless Heat Pump System from Home Comfort Alliance is changing the game. It gives you room-by-room control and next-gen efficiency, so you're only heating where you need it. That means real comfort and real savings. And every Quilt system qualifies for max tax credits. Trusted for 50 years. Call the comfort people today at HomeComfortAlliance.com.
It's Game 7 of the ALCS on the Seattle Sports app.
All on the line tonight, Mariners and Blue Jays. We head to the 6th inning. Winner goes to the World Series. Loser, the season is over. Mariners leading 3-1. You're with us inside the Western Washington Toyota radio booth. Sir Anthony Dominguez will take over on the mound. We've got a rematch. Gino going to lead off the 6th inning. It was Dominguez on the mound in one of the greatest moments of Mariners history when Gino swatted the grand slam back in Seattle off of Dominguez, leading to the Mariners win. And here we are in Game 7. Gino, JP, and Rivas do up this inning for the Mariners. It's been a good offensive night for the Mariners. 3 runs, 8 hits. They've had consistent traffic. This is the 3rd pitcher used by the Blue Jays. So Gino has singled and he has struck out so far in this one. Dominguez set. Here's the pitch. And he sends it upstairs. A sweeper that misses. Mariners a 3-1 lead, but they are looking for more. Here's the pitch. Swung on, lofted, left center field. Lucas over, he's in the gap, he makes the catch. And there's one away. Winner will play the Dodgers as we take a look at the Chevy Colorado scoreboard.
That was a great scoreboard,
Well,
Gary.
what am I supposed to do?
Just give the score.
I'm doing the best I can here. We're out of games. Here's J.P. Crawford, the pitch. Swung on, a rocket to second base, off the glove of Kiner Falefa. Scoops up, fires to first in time. He's got the out. There's 2 away. That was smoked. 109 off the bat by J.P., who doubled last time. But quickly, there's 2 away. That brings up Rivas.
Dodgers would have to come here if the Blue Jays won the pennant, and the Mariners would have to go there to Dodger Stadium, that is, if the Mariners won.
The pitch to Rivas. Strike. 98 burns the bottom of the zone. Mariners leading 3-1, 6th inning. Dominguez bent at the waist, now straightens up. Here comes this pitch. That's inside. No one warming in the Mariners pen. Wu worked around a leadoff walk in the 5th inning, faced the minimum. A huge double play. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. will lead things off in the bottom of this inning. Here's the 1-1. Inside did he go? He checked his swing, so Rivas battling here. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Lefty and a righty inside the Blue Jays bullpen. Braden Fisher, the righty, and Mason Flaherty is warming up as well.
Well, you know they have the Julio Cal circled. Here comes the pitch. Swung on, broken bat, little pop-up, foul territory. Clement over and foul ground, 1-hand catch. And that's it for the Mariners. They go 1-2-3 in the 6th. We head to the bottom of the inning. 3-1 Mariners on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
October baseball is back in Seattle, and the official airline partner of the Mariners is inviting you to go further with Atmos Rewards, a loyalty program by Alaska and Hawaiian Airlines. Atmos Rewards is the #1 airline rewards program, offering you more ways to earn and redeem points on over 1,000 global destinations. Seize the moment, Mariner fans. Sign up today at atmosrewards.com. That's ATMOS rewards.com.
Gary Hill for my great friends at Fireside Home Solutions. We are ready for the colder weather thanks to our fireplaces from Fireside, and you can be too. Save up to $650 on Heat and Glow fireplaces from Fireside. They have an amazing selection of fireplaces to fit your style and budget while guaranteeing the best price. Fireside Home Solutions in Bellevue, Auburn, and now open in Spokane or online at firesidehomesolutions.com.
It's championship season. Are you winning with your current bank? If not, check out Mechanics Bank. They're one of the safest and soundest in the country. They put customers first and help businesses thrive. And they positively impact the communities they serve. Stop by one of their 32 branches throughout the Pacific Northwest today or online at mechanicsbank.com. That's mechanicsbank.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Make the play of the day right at the pump. When you stop at Arco, you're getting quality top-tier gas for less. And that's one for the highlight reel. Take the win at Arco. Savings based on independent retail price survey.
ALCS Game 7 on the Seattle Sports app.
It's Game 7. Winner goes to the World Series. Mariners leading 3-1 over the Blue Jays. Wu against Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Before that, let's pause for station identification on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
This is Game 7 of the ALCS.
Here's the pitch. Strike 3 called.
AM 770 KTTH Seattle, K233 DT Eastlake, and 33BU Seattle.
The crowd in a frenzy as Guerrero will bat. This is a monster inning for the Mariners here. If you think about how this lines up the rest of the way, I think it's safe to assume Munoz will get the 8th and the 9th. If that's the case, Wu try to get through the 6th. That leaves the 7th for the Mariners to get through. And right now it's Vlad. This is huge right here for Wu and the Mariners.
And all of your high leverage arms in the bullpen are ready to go.
Guerrero singled his first time against Kirby, popped up to second against Kirby. Kirby pitched well, 4 innings of 1-run ball. He did his job. Wu, a scoreless inning so far. Wu, a big deep breath into the motion. Here's the pitch to Vlad. That's down low. 97 on the fastball. This is an all-star matchup right here. Guerrero, who's been a wrecking ball in the postseason. Wu, the best pitcher for the Mariners this year. His pitch. He finds the corner. Perfect spot. 97. So he evens the count. 1 ball, 1 strike. Wu into the motion. Here comes his pitch. Swung on and missed. A thing of beauty. Wicked movement. Bearing in on Vlad. He swings through. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That was nasty.
That two-seamer was an alien life form.
1 ball, 2 strikes. What will Wu do here? Into the motion. The 1-2 to Guerrero. Off the plate. Try to sweeper. He's gotten some chase on that. Guerrero doesn't swing, so 2 balls, 2 strikes. Guerrero 6 homers in the postseason. Wu. The 2-2. Swung on, chopped foul. That was 97. Went upstairs this time on the 2-seam.
And he's doing a great job of staying out of the middle of the plate. Everything in or away.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Wu against Vladimir Guerrero Jr. The 2-2 from Wu. Swung on and just gets a piece. That was 97 at the very bottom of the zone. That's a great pitch. Vlad spoils. He is very hard to strike out.
He is the highest contact rate of any hitter this postseason.
Well, he has struck out twice in the playoffs.
While hitting those 6 home runs. Amazing.
Wu nods his head up and down. Deep breath. Into the motion. The 2-2 to Vlad. Swung on. Fouled away. This is a great battle. 98 from Wu on that offering. Still 2-2. What a Game 7 battle right here. 2 of the best in baseball. Here comes the 2-2. Swung on, chopped away, foul. 97. He's just peppering the outer zone with fastballs. And Guerrero staying alive.
Actually pretty impressive that Vlad's been able to fight off so many of these pitches.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Wu winds. He delivers. Swung on and missed. Got him. A vicious sweeper. Vlad swings through, and Wu gets a huge punch out in the 6th inning. A tremendous Game 7 battle between 2 of the best in baseball, and Wu wins the battle.
9 pitch at bat in between. He threw 1 breaking ball, and now that breaking ball down and away, and a huge swing and a miss by Vladimir Guerrero. What a job by Brian Wu.
Kirk batting now. Wu deals. A half cut, and it is a ball. Very close, borderline. Kirk is 0 for 2. Wu delivers. Swung on, slashed foul, first base side above the netting. 3-1 Mariners, bottom of the 6th.
Just pounding these right-handed hitters with fastballs in, 96 to 98. He's had such great command of that pitch.
Wu working on 2 days rest, 22 pitches so far in this one. Wu pitched 28 in his first postseason appearance, 28 pitches. Kind of a mystery how long he could go in this one, but he's looked very good so far. Into the wind, the 1-1. Misses. Try to sweeper. No chase. 2 balls, 1 strike. Wu from the first base side of the rubber. Nods his head. Ready. Deals. Swung on. Line drive center field. Julio racing in. He's not going to get there. It's a base hit. Kirk fights it off for a single, and the Blue Jays will bring the tying run to the dish in Dalton Varsho.
Well, Kirk had seen so many of those fastballs running in on him. That's a good piece of hitting. That was 97 on the inner black, but what helped out Kirk, it was middle of the plate, so middle in, and that enabled him to get some pretty good wood on it. And here comes Pete Woodworth out for a chat.
Gabe Spire is back up in the bullpen.
By the way, Kevin Gausman warming up inside the Blue Jays bullpen.
How about that? Gausman. just threw a couple days ago. He's on 2 days rest as well. The difference, while Wu threw 28 pitches, Gausman threw 91.
Both managers trying to do everything they can to try to win this game. That was a good play by Julio to not come in and try to make a dive. If that ball gets on by, it's a whole bunch of trouble. But right now, you got the double play in order with Varsho up there. If you can get him to hit a ground ball to Leo at second.
They got a big double play in the 5th inning. 3-1 Mariners, bottom of the 6th. Varsho batting. Kirk, small lead at first. Here's the pitch. He has him dancing away from a fastball inside. He's fallen behind. 1 ball, no strikes. Crowd booing, although it may sound like Wu. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch. Swung on, line drive right field. Couple steps back. Robles is there in front of the track. Makes the catch at the chest. Kirk retreats back to first base. A big second out here in the 6th inning. He tagged it pretty well, but Robles was right on it to make the play. And here's Clement. 2 outs. Clement the tying run. Wu trying to hang a 0 for the 2nd straight inning. He deals. He sends it just a touchdown low. That was 98 on the fastball. He's pumping in a firm heater. 3-1 Mariners, bottom of the 6th. Tying run at the dish. Will ready. Here comes the pitch. Swung on, chopped right to shortstop. JP has it. Under and tossed to second. Rivas right there to record the out. And that is it for the Blue Jays in the 6th inning. Bryan Wu, the All-Star. 2 scoreless innings, and the Mariners take the lead to the 7th. It's 3-1 on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Northwest Chevy dealer.
Ready to skip the crowds on your next vacation? Discover Uncruise Adventures, award-winning all-inclusive small ship journeys with just 22 to 86 guests. Explore Alaska, Hawaii, Mexico, and Costa Rica with unforgettable wildlife, remote shores, curated excursions,